scores, look at people, look at stats. It's totally up to you.
Well, probably. Otherwise, I get my phone.
Cool.
It's easier.
Okay.
I'm sure bigger computer.
Yeah, I got you. That's
Okay.
good.
Did you say
I tried for a while.
Defending her title and becoming a two-time Waco Annual Charity Open champion, Kristen Nazar.
Good morning, disc golf fans, and welcome to the state capital of Texas, Austin, Texas, for the 2024 Open at Austin, presented by Flight Factory Discs. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins here. Tournament Central time yet again as we await the tee-off of our feature cards for the FPO division. Nate, you are an Austin local. You love the city of Austin. You love the disc golf community here in Austin.
Yep.
Bring us in.
Well, Brian, I mean, you saw it on the intro right there. We got cowboy hats and Frisbees. I mean, Austin loves disc golf. We're in the capital of Texas. Texas loves disc golf. They have the most tournaments every year. They have the most active PDGA members. And we're in the heart of it. Central Texas corridor. We've got Dallas-Fort Worth to the north. We've got Austin, Texas, and we've got Houston, Texas to the east. That little triangle right there makes up the majority of active PDGA members. Austin has 50 courses within a 25-mile radius, and you got even more if you go outside the city limits. It's had courses since the late 1980s. It's got the iconic Zilker Park, Brian, the downtown disc golf course that at one point was the second most disc golf played course in the world, only behind, I believe it was Morley Field that year out in San Diego. But people come here and they show up with their starter packs. It's that kind of place, the Zilker Park disc golf course, and we're looking at a few scenic sites around the area. That's the Pennybacker Bridge overlooking the Colorado River. Of course, we've got the famous Dirty 6th Street right now. And we've got South by Southwest happening right now in downtown Austin, Brian. The biggest music and film festival in the entire world. 250,000 people travel to this state capital for this festival. We happen to be here at the same time. And right now, we're blessed with some good weather. We've got some gnarly stuff on the horizon, some potential hail and thunder later in the afternoon. But we zoom in on the FPO scores right now, and it's a beautiful bluebird sky day, Brian.
We are at the Harvey Penick Golf Campus. And Nate, we have to talk about this. You know, you hear golf course, and a lot of fans of disc golf say, oh boy, here we go again. But Nate, this is a unique relationship. Talk about what the tour has been able to do here.
Yeah, well, it's Neil Dombra's team. They've had the Open running since 2014. They used to have it in Woodville. They had it in Belton. They heard that the tour was headed to Austin. They wanted to be a part of it. He had a good relationship with the Harvey Penick owner, and they've been able to do a lot of work out here, specifically the work here in these wooded holes.
Nate, this is the dream. I mean, if we can cut into the woods that the golf courses are built around, that's a perfect facility for the tour, and it gives the players a lot of what they want as well. Multiple holes have changed this year. New holes have been cut into the woods. Yes, there are those classic traditional golf style holes out in the open, big open shots, artificial out of bounds, but there is a pretty healthy balance of wooded technicality required, Nate.
Yeah, certainly, Brian. And I think that this is one of the biggest changes from one year to the next in a course. I love to see, the tour and the team here at Harvey Penick taking that feedback and, using it right away. I mean, they didn't just change a few holes, they changed the entire flow out here. And I've heard a lot of positive feedback from the players on the ground.
Nate, I think we should zoom in on the wooded holes that we have been able to cut into, because that's a really special thing, and it gives the players a little something to look forward to. Let's fly hole 6 right away. Look at this par 4.
Yeah, this is tight. You got a little staggered gap at the beginning, meaning you're most likely having to try and feed this one on hyzer and get it to flip up flat and then drift a little bit to the right. The first gap is maybe 8 feet across, and the trees are right on the tee pad, can get into mine. You have a Mando right, but more daunting than that Mando is the looming OB line in the woods.
I understand this from a couple different sides. If part of the woods that you're playing through is brutal, to the point where players might not even be able to get back there without taking a significant amount of time to get to their discs, and scrambling isn't very inspiring. I understand that. The team here has opted to put it really tight, and players are going to want to play some of these fairways playing the miss. Do I want my disc to spin counterclockwise or clockwise to make sure my kicks aren't as violent when I'm trying to advance these fairways, because OB looms around every corner. Let's zoom into hole number 7. Nate, this is the most daunting skinny middle tree potentially in disc golf right now.
Yeah.
OB on both sides. What do the players have to do here?
Well, if you hit that tree and you kick right or left, your OB, you're throwing your third shot from 100 feet off the tee, and you still have this low ceiling gap to feed it through. It's only 305 feet, but it's tight enough on each side that you really have to commit to the shape, and you're throwing toward out of bounds either way.
Now we're going to jump into hole number 8, another wooded shot, 570. And oh yeah, Nate, we also have the white staked OB on each side of the fairway. Some players are definitely focusing heavily on playing the miss and making sure that the option they choose gives them a highest percentage of staying in bounds. On a 570-foot hole, it's kind of dealer's choice off the tee. What do you think?
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that it makes you think you want to try and feed a forehand there to stay away from the out of bounds. But I've heard a lot of players talk about they're just slowing things down right there. A lot of people are just throwing a turnover putter on the left side, making sure they come up short of that OB. And this is a similar gap that we had on last year's hole 17. If you can remember some of the drama from that finish, we have all these tiny trees that make the perfect rough on either side.
Well, we saw multiple times when players were just too far off on the left side, and the shot to actually push through that skinny gap is a really overstable disc on a forehand that pushes forward as it's flattening.
Yeah.
And it's not a straightforward scramble. All these skinny trees up towards the basket make this hole really daunting. And of course, we have the out of bounds. This is going to be a stretch that players going birdie, birdie, birdie are going to feel like they got out and got away with murder here.
And do you remember that hole? That was the hole that Macbeth tried to break. People were trying to break. They were laying up short, going over. People were going out of bounds. It was a conundrum of a 17.
And now they've turned it into a much larger, and in my opinion, a much better par 4.
Mm-hmm.
It's great to see the improvements. The players are thrilled with what they're seeing, at least overall. It's a brand new course, so they still have to do a lot of learning this weekend. But Nate, Paige Pierce is here. Paige Pierce is giving another effort after coming back from a long hiatus. She got 10th place at the chess.com. She got 13th place at Waco. She said she's feeling okay, but it seems like her attitude is in the right place. We talked to her earlier in the week. Let's hear what Paige had to say in her own words.
I think it's going to be a lot different skills being tested. I'm not really throwing many drivers, which is pretty weird at a golf, when the viewers are thinking, oh, they're playing a ball golf course. I'm not really throwing many drivers. I'm throwing a lot of passion shots, which is an 8-speed, a lot of buzzes. And yeah, I'm throwing my drive maybe 4 or 5 holes. But yeah, it's going to take a lot of angle control in the woods and slower tempo shots that you just have to hit your gaps. If you hit a tree in those woods and hit early, you're struggling to get the bogey, and sometimes there's even OB. So double bogeys could be coming into play on those wooded holes. I'm not content with 10th place. I want better for myself. I always do. I think even Kristen and Evelina winning the events, they want more for themselves too. There's putts they missed, there's drives they missed. I threw some amazing shots that I'm still replaying in my head, and that's trying to have some confidence on those amazing shots I watched leave my hand. But yeah, I know that there's a lot of work I need to do. I have all the shots, I have all the putts, just getting consistent. If I was as consistent as Kristen, I feel like I could be up there in the top 3 every single week. So I think that I have the advantage every single weekend with the positive mindset that I try to live with. And yeah, sure, there are times where it stumbles, but I feel like for the most part, I feel very positive, and I think that that's my biggest advantage overall of anything that I could bring to the table. Is I take a 12 last weekend, the next round I take a 3 on it. So not trying to hold on to those things and just move forward.
I love the patience coming from Paige. I love when she's talking it's going to come. I just have to keep putting the time in, and I have to keep making my best effort, putting my best foot forward. And like she said in that presser, she said, the more shots you throw, the more times you fail, but also the more good shots you throw. So you have to fill your brain and fill your memories with those good shots, so you remember who you are as a player. I mean, especially coming off of such a long hiatus, I think the best of Paige Pierce this season is yet to come. What do you think, Nate?
I absolutely agree. I mean, I think the premium shots are back. She's able to shape up to 450 feet again. It really is just about, limiting, how bad her misses are, because at chess.com, she played great golf, but then she would all of a sudden triple bogey a hole. And it was because she was a little timid and she wasn't sure of her line, and the miss was pretty drastic. Same goes for Waco. She was playing really good golf that round. She took a 12 and then just found herself in a bad spot, tried to take it over the water too many times. And holes like that are the difference between her getting, a podium finish or a top 5 finish at the last few events. So I'm actually impressed at what we've seen from Pierce so far, considering shattering her ankle. We're running it back to last year, which was her best performance of the year. If you just go by the eye test, I mean, she was cashing from deep in circle 2, just playing to win the whole time.
And we're talking about memories here, Nate. We're talking about filling your thoughts with good memories. She won here pretty solid. And this is the tournament that Kristen Tatar finished in 5th place, which it's funny to say that 5th place is a bad finish, but Paige won. Paige straight up won the tournament, and this is her tournament to defend now. And we're talking about the 10th place and the 13th place, but this is a tournament that she knows how to win. It's not an entirely new course, so she still has game plan on some of these holes, and it's just managing, the golf in the woods essentially.
Yeah, and Paige is comfortable here. I don't know if you remember the bit last year, but she was going to the Luck Reunion every day after her tournament, Brian. She was going to see Willie Nelson play. I mean, that's like, if you're here in Austin during South by Southwest, you might as well, indulge in some of what Austin has to offer. I felt like that was a big part of her victory last year. And in the press conference, we talked to her. She's seeing music every day and every night. Like, she's already, messaging me what she's going to see this afternoon and on Saturday, opting for the indoor venue because of the rain and everything. So I think that she's just really comfortable here. She actually lived in Austin before, and she has a lot of fans here. Her family's going to come down and watch her. So I think she actually is a threat to win this tournament.
Well, Paige has her extracurriculars. Kristen Tatar, the winner from last week in Waco, saw Kung Fu Panda this last week. She told us after the round.
Really?
She's doing the extracurriculars as well, and a little bit lower frequency, but Kristen is here to take down a victory, and Kristen gave us some beautiful words. It seems like we're getting mental game advice every single week. Let's just take a listen to what she had to say at the presser earlier this week.
How do you feel about coming back to a course or a tournament that you didn't perform up to your expectations? Is that in your head at all, or are you thinking about last year's performance whatsoever?
I remember it well, and I remember the moment. I mean, I think the emotions were just super high. But usually these kinds of rounds come to me because it allows me to feel these feelings that I haven't been feeling. So now I know, I just accept them, and I just let these feelings go through me, and I haven't been really looking back at it with any emotion at all. It was just one event, it happened, that's okay. Coming here, actually it feels like a whole other event, because the courses have been the course has been changed a lot. But yeah, I don't know. I remember it was a tough final round for me. I played solid the first 2 days, but it's just something that happened, and it doesn't mean anything right now. I feel like this.
Nate, we got some wonderful clips here from the presser, but she said some more things that we didn't even show here. And the one thing that stood out to me is when she was talking about playing a quote unquote bad round or shooting a bad score, she said, when rounds like that come to me, this is how I react. She understands that certain things in disc golf are out of her control, and she's truly come into that. She believes it. I can feel it when she speaks. when something like that happens, when you get 5th place instead of winning, even though the spotlight's on you and everyone expects you to win, she's trying to tell herself, like, listen, like, it doesn't matter. Like, I can't control some of these things. If somebody beats me, somebody beats me. But she's going to put her best foot forward as well. I believe that the term is mental flexibility, allowing yourself to feel these negative emotions without placing a self-judgment on it. I think you hear that across the sports world. And you see some of the best athletes ever get really emotional, really passionate, and really angry sometimes, but they keep pressing. And that's what we notice in all of our best athletes in disc golf as well.
Yeah, you know what that, Kristen's mindset reminds me of is, a book I read, The Mindful Athlete, talking about how Phil Jackson actually coached the 90s Chicago Bulls, one of the great basketball teams of all time, basically taught them Zen Buddhism. And that's really what Kristen's on right now. When she's talking about a round coming to her, Phil Jackson teaching his team to the triangle, to let it work, let it come to you, let the 3-pointer come to you. We don't hear a lot of disc golfers talk in that light. I've heard Eagle McMahon talk a little bit about that mindset, some Joe Dispenza mindset about creating your reality. But we really do get a lesson from Kristen Tatar every time, don't we, Brian?
Yeah, and it's really exciting to continue to watch her evolve as a player and as a human being right in front of our very eyes, because yes, we do talk to her pretty much every day now. And you know what? She deserves it, because right now she's clearly the best player in disc golf. With that, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to talk a little bit of NPO. Gannon Buhr won himself a big old 10-gallon hat last year here. Can he opt this weekend?
It was important for me to partner with a retailer that could help with growing my brand and making my products available all over the country and across the world. Flight Factory has helped me accomplish that. Check out all of my gear and thousands of other discs at Flight Factory.
Welcome back, folks. If you didn't already hear, Microsoft Teams is presenting the 2024 Preserve Championship and offering a new community platform to disc golf fans. Scan the QR code on your screen to join the Disc Golf Tour Talk Teams community yourself. Members will have until Monday to ask Gannon Buhr a question for a chance to win a signature disc. Gannon will be answering questions in that community all of next week. But before that, we're going to hear from Gannon right now on Tournament Central as he spoke yesterday at yesterday's press conference.
How do you celebrate a win? What do you like to do? What'd you do after Waco's victory?
Honestly, I don't know. It depends. Sometimes we'll go get some Domino's pizza or something. That's kind of a tradition me and Gavin Babcock have. We've been doing it for a couple years now. If we all both play pretty good or it's just a good weekend, we get some Domino's pizza and kind of hog out, I guess.
You won a big old cowboy hat last year for taking this down. What is the minimum amount that fans need to PayPal you for you to wear it on hole number 1 of this weekend?
I don't need anyone's money.
Is it going to be Cowboy Gannon?
No. I actually have no idea where my hat's at. I think I might have gave it to my grandpa or something. I don't even know where it's at. I have the belt that was on the hat, but I don't know where the hat's at. I think I'm going to break down a lot of the holes well. You got to be careful because there is a lot of OB actually in the woods this year, which definitely makes it difficult with tree kicks and stuff. So some shots I'm throwing, forehand versus backhand, is to purely prevent a tree kick OB. If there's OB on the right, throwing an Anheuser forehand, any tree kick just kicks OB right. So there's a couple holes that actually makes you think a lot more. I definitely try to find the safer side of the green if I can, or the safest side of a shot that makes it so even my bad shots are probably going to result in a par instead of a bogey. So it makes you think, which is good to see. And obviously, OB in the woods is something we see sometimes at like Northwoods, which is a very difficult course. So it'll be cool to see how it plays out. I think they're going to play pretty tough. I wouldn't be surprised if people average like even to like 1 over through those wooded holes in the middle there.
Gannon is your returning champion, and now he's looking to go back-to-back alongside of defending last weekend's title at Waco. This was the season, Nate, where I truly realized this kid could be the best player ever if he keeps healthy and he keeps the motivation.
I mean, he invented a new style of putting, if you ask me. Like, it's like a mix between Rick and, Emerson Keith, kind of drawing from that left hip, getting so much power. And I feel like this event is where we realized that we could see the first MPO player average better than 50% from C2, Brian. It just didn't seem like he could ever miss with that P83.
I look at the way he plays the game. I also listen to the way he talks about the game. This shot with that stubborn neutral mid-range, soft landing, getting it to finish at the very end to play the slope of the hill. I mean, he's such a high IQ player, but he chooses a play style that doesn't need overthinking. And I think that's the key to his success. I filmed an episode of my show called Catch with him, and he let me in really deeply about why he chooses the flex style over the hyzer flip, talking about misses and how big the misses with one style are compared to the other. And now he's learning the hyzer flip in case holes demand it. I mean, we saw him at Nevin start to really work through that different style of throwing. And he's just continuing to become an overall threat across the board. But Nate, something that I want to key in on, holes 6, 7, and 8, those wooded holes, he's talking about kind of changing his decision-making to play the miss on certain sides of the fairway. You know what's interesting? Kristen Tatar pretty confidently in her press conference said, I don't really think about that. I only think about making the shot. Whatever is most confident for me is what I'm going to throw. I don't really care what the layout is.
Yeah, I think Kristen has the opportunity to think that way because of her division. I feel like you have to kind of think about the miss a little bit more in the MPO division because it's a little bit more stacked. And if you're making a critical mistake early in round 1 and you find yourself 3 over through a 3-hole stretch, you're going to be way down the leaderboard. You're going to be chasing it. I feel like she has a little bit more space there. Would you disagree with that?
I would agree and disagree. I mean, first off, the numbers she's putting up, there's nothing you can say about that. So if Gannon played that style and had that level of confidence in his abilities across the board, forehand, backhand, he'd be putting up good numbers. So I think it's just a thought process and a game plan and a way of playing the game. So I don't know. I think Gannon is just one of those players that says, I'm always scared. I'm always stressed out. I hate these stressful situations. I want to avoid getting myself into these places. And you know what? That's the beauty of our sport. You can play this game so many different ways. And the way he talks about the game right now is so fascinating. I'm still trying to figure out if he's being sarcastic half the time when he talks about how he plays. Maybe he's trying not to let us in too deeply on how he's kind of carrying himself. But right now, it's just really impressive to watch, and he just continues to go on a tear. Second place at chess.com, first place here. He's first in the point standings. But Nate, we got to talk about the man who almost won this tournament last week and beat Gannon Buhr, approaching the prime of his career, Luke Humphreys. Luke Humphreys nearly took this tournament down. Just an emotional day overall. Talk about it.
That was the putt there on 2 to kind of get himself back on track after the 3-putt on hole 1. I mean, after the 3-putt, it just seemed like he was going to have nerves all day. Closed that conversation quick with the putt on 2. And then this is actually where he changed things up. Gannon's first miss, he missed short. Luke makes it on the 9th. And then this shot, No one was birdieing this hole. I think there were 7 birdies on the day out of the 112-person field. He flexes the D3 out to 40 feet. This was the most electric putt in the last 3 years, Brian. Absolutely chilling, running it back.
But Nate, this is Luke's putt. This is Luke's bread and butter. This was the first skill I recognized when I played with him for the first time in 2018, where I was like, oh no. Am I going to have to be that good from that distance? And then you know what? We're starting to see a lot of players, just like Luke Humphreys, prefer to be just outside the circle to being just inside the circle. We talked to Luke earlier this week after the dust has settled after Waco. Let's take a listen.
I've thought about it a lot. I think there's no way not to. There was a layup play. I could have done 2 or 3 different things. I could have forehanded one out left. I could have been more aggressive with a forehand roll. There was so many different plays, but in the moment, I felt like that was the play. And I'm not going to fault myself for trying to win a tournament at the end of the day. I didn't lay it up bad or do anything. I got aggressive like I had been doing all day, like I did on 16, like I did on 17. I stuck with the game plan that I had brought in that had gotten me to that position. And I don't regret it. Now I was trying to win a tournament.
How is it with the mental makeup coming into this new tournament? Is it just fresh? Are you still holding on to things? Where are you at on that?
I definitely, I don't want it to be totally fresh. I played a great tournament last week, and I want to keep some of those feels going. At the same time, I flew out the next morning after the tournament and haven't been on the grounds until just now. So I haven't played a practice round. I've been with my family in Arkansas, getting some time in with them, which has been fantastic. So there's not like a confidence I can feel from having thrown the shots that I'm going to need to throw. But actually on Tour Life a couple nights ago, Yuli told me that this course sets up well for me. So I'm going to trust a friend and hope that he's right.
Before we send it out to the ground for round number 1 for the FPO division, it's Perks Picks time. It is week number 2. Nate, you're currently in the lead. Woo! Walk us in to what we're going to be picking this week.
Perks Picks, my favorite part of the day. Brian, our first question, we have to pick FPO podium, all right? We're staying away from Kristen Tatar. We're going to let her be this week. I'm going with my girl Holland Hanley, finishing in the top 3 this week.
Not a bad pick. I think Evelina Salonen is going to be a pretty good bet out here, especially if the wind picks up, especially if the weather gets bad. I think Evelina's got what it takes. She's my pick for the podium. Nate, what's next?
All right, we're going to pick an MPO podium as well. It's so difficult picking an MPO podium. I mean, anybody could rise up. We could have someone that, hasn't cashed yet on the tour rise up and get their first podium, especially when we have a dynamic course like the one here at Harvey Pinnock, short holes with OB in the woods. We've got rain we had to factor in. I'm going to go Kyle Klein getting his first podium of the year.
Because the weather is looking to be inclement, because there's going to be lightning delays, it's going to be a lot of unknowns. If I were to pick a player to play a tournament with these types of weather conditions, who's not going to get bothered, I'm going to pick Ricky Wysocki.
Raincoat Rick?
Raincoat Rick is going to be my choice to take podium this week and very well could win this tournament as well. Nate, what's the final pick?
All right, Heimberg did not play last week, dealing with a little bit of an elbow injury. Can't really throw the forehand. He's feeling a little bit better. Calvin, I believe, opted to not play on a feature card this week. The question remains, will Calvin make a chase or lead card this week? I'm going to go with yes, that Heimberg is going to return in dramatic fashion this week.
I'm going to give Calvin some time to feel things out. I know coming off of an elbow injury, your body's a little scared of, if I throw hard here, will it hurt again? And maybe the throw changes a little bit. Maybe the tempo changes a little bit. I'm going to say no. That is my pick. Sorry, Calvin. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here. I'm going to let you have a weekend off the cameras. Nate, all done. Perks Picks is over. Week number 2 complete. We're going to send it down to the ground. FPO action about to begin here on the Disc Golf Network. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. You're stuck with us, folks. We'll see you this afternoon.
defending her title and becoming a 2-time Waco Annual Charity Open champion, Kristen Tatar.
It feels amazing to be competitive again. I sort of like proved to myself that I still got it.
On the mark from circle 2.
Near perfect. Just outside the bullseye.
From way downtown. Nails it. Looking unstoppable today. Tap in birdie.
The 2-time back-to-back Prodigy Produce Waco champion, Kristen Tatar.
Welcome into beautiful Austin, Texas for the Open at Austin presented by Flight Factory Discs. We're at the newly updated Harvey Pennant course. Tons of changes and it does not look easy. Who can hold on to the bull for 18 holes? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. And there is Tatar in the building. Des, let's watch some disc golf.
I'm excited to watch the disc golf today in Austin, Texas. It looks like a beautiful day to do so.
Yeah, it does. Great looking downtown right there. And the weather was a little dicey last night, but yeah, like you said, it's shaping up beautifully this morning.
Yeah, I'm glad it rolled through.
And welcome into the booth. I am Ian Anderson. That is Hall of Famer, 3-time world champion over there, Des Redding.
Hi.
We're back at Austin. We got Paige, we got Tatar. What do you make of day one?
Day one, I think, is going to shape up to be a battle of the Titans with the new course here at the Open.
Yeah.
The changes, it's kind of anyone's game. You know, everyone has a little bit of lay of the land, but with the changes, it's going to put a new mix out there for everyone.
That should be really, really fun to watch. Tons of OB in the woods. Really tough course, Des.
Oh, the woods are going to be.
You got some experience here in Texas, though, Des. Let's check out some of that action right here. In case you don't know who Des is, where are we at here, Des?
This is 2002 Houston World Championship. This is my first one that I won. I was actually named Rookie of the Year and won the World Championships the same year. And we're looking at 2005 in Pennsylvania and 2006 in Augusta.
Awesome. Cool moments there, Des.
Love them. You gotta love those
Can't
winning
imagine.
putts.
Few people have experienced what you've experienced. It's pretty amazing.
I'm blessed.
Congratulations. It's gonna be a Tatar. So coming off of Waco, looked a little rough to start the tournament, then kind of did her thing.
Kristen really does a good job of managing her course. So she took 5 bogeys across the 4 rounds, and that really did do the separation. She didn't win all the rounds and come to head-to-head, but she dominated it in those less mistakes.
And coming into Waco, not really her best tournament last year. Or sorry, into Austin.
No, she finished off podium. I think one of her only 2, if not her only one, that she finished off podium.
Maybe going for a redemption year this year. We'll see.
Absolutely.
Here is round 3 at Waco, where she put the hammer down, Des.
She really did. She took 11 strokes off of Ella and 12 off of Owen, who ended up finishing second in this one round only. It's just phenomenal.
Unbelievable play.
I think for Kristen, too, to come back and actually, after having such a dominant season in 2023, to put that first win when she came out is really a mark of a champion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Easy last hole putt there.
There she is. She had a great offseason, too. Picking up sponsorships and all kinds of awards over in Estonia. It was so cool.
If one of us wins in disc golf, we're all going to exciting and be winners with her.
Absolutely.
She's really propelling the game to the next level.
And we kind of mentioned there, that was her second worst finish last year, 978 rating, which is awesome, but terrible if you're Tatar, I guess.
I guess so. She looks good. She looks confident. All those putts are going in.
Her consistency is her superpower.
It is. It is. And her ability to make a mistake and process it and then move on from it.
Yeah, I love that about her game. Really doesn't get rattled.
You could really see it when you're watching coverage yesterday or last weekend.
We are going to fly on over to hole 1 for our second feature card.
Nice gallery shaping up here.
Oh, no. Whatever you're in.
Hole 1 is a really nice opener. It's kind of feels like a gotta get.
It does, doesn't it?
It does. You gotta fill, you gotta throw over that
Welcome
gully.
back to the Open at Austin.
But it sets up.
Sponsored by Flight Factory. This is your first feature card of the day. From Sioux Falls, South Dakota. She's a 5-time Open champion, Rookie of the Year 2011, two-time world champion, sponsored by DGA and Squatch Disc Golf, Katrina Allen.
Really nice, Des.
Yes, nice classic hyzer. We could tell right there it's a
He's
tailwind with
three-time
cat's bows there. They're a nice
Masters
indicator
World
for us.
Champion, sponsored by Innova Disc. Owen Scoggins.
Top favorite.
Absolutely, and rightfully so. Known for the flex forehands, but goes to the flex backhand off of one's tee.
You notice, Ian, she's got a wrap on her arm that's been bothering her.
Yeah.
That's new.
She's got some elbow pain right now, is the word.
Pensacola, Florida, sponsored by MVP and Flight Factory, Madison Walker.
Somebody's closer, Des.
Well, that's a dot.
Wow.
And rounding out your feature card from Finland, sponsored by Innova Disc, Evelina Saladin.
What a featured card here, Des. This is fantastic. Evelina problems, Des, going long?
Well, her putter's been hot, so I think just opening with a long one, it might just be able to shake those nerves off and get her right up there.
Let's check out Redding's Rubric, brought to you by our friends at blackingdisc.com, premium disc golf store.
So I think you need to get your putt on, as we're seeing with some of these changes. A lot of the FPO's holes are in that 300 to 350 foot range, which means everyone can reach them. You better get your putt. Prepare for weather. Right now it's passed through, but we don't know what the other days are going to be looking like. And every hole has OB strokes, so it's important to minimize those when you can. There's going to be a wooded section in the middle where even a good shot could take a ricochet. So it's important on the front end and the back end to control all those OB strokes that are in your own control.
Great point. From one Hall of Famer to another, Juliana Korver. This is the old hole 18, now hole 9. Playing to that peninsula just right of that sidewalk center screen. Everything short of the short grass is out of bounds. Nope. Whoa, whoa, whoa. She's waiting. We'll check back with JK shortly. Back to our second feature card. That's Owen Scoggins. Looks like she'll be first act. A live look down from our Flight Factory drone. Gotta love that. You can head over to Flight Factory Disc all weekend long and use code Austin for 10% off. There's some Madison Walker gear over there if you are a fan. Scoggins from distance. You can never count her out, Des.
Look at her. I mean, she just eyes up that target and just is going to fire it in there. Okay. Hard open, and once you're outside the circle, it's a 50-50.
Yeah. Evelina, I believe, also just outside the circle. Back to JK on the tee of 9. Oh, that's OB if it didn't skid her off.
It's a really tough shot. It's a far to reach that green, and maybe the play is better to the left.
Solomon for birdie.
Love it. She gave it a run.
Yeah. And coming back is Scoggins. Oh no. Starting the day with the unforced bogey.
Very rare right here.
Yeah. Over that arm isn't giving her putt troubles as well.
Agree.
Allen looking at 2.
Excellent. Hole one really sets up to start your round with that birdie.
And Madison Walker does just that with an absolute tap-in. There's the Scoggins bogey. And after Solonen drops in that par, we're going to sneak in a break on the other side. Tatar will be back in just a few.
Been rocking these polos all year. I love the breathability and comfortability that allow me to perform at a high level. Check them out at flightfactorydisc.com.
I think this golfing can improve our community in many ways. It brings people together.
That maybe some of these kids who feel a little bit lost could find something like disc golf, find friends, find people to come together and play the sport.
Encouraging people to work together, kids to know one another, love one another.
A way for these kids to have a really fun thing to do together.
I think that's what we need in the world, love one another and do life together.
The Open at Austin is presented by Flight Factory Discs. Use code AUSTIN to get 10% off at flightfactorydiscs.com all weekend long. Corver was OB as we saw off the tee, throwing 3 now on the par 4. So this might be a par 5.
Skis up.
OB.
White stake on this side.
And that's good news if you're Cap Merch. Oh my.
That's looking good in blue.
She'll have a multi-stroke lead on the field after the rough hole for Corver. Over to the 2 and Allen throwing her drive. Big dog leg right. She's going to have a lot of work there, Des.
She did the first important thing, which was get across the landing zone. This tee actually moved from last year, so it's on the other side of the ravine to force that par 5 onto the women in the FPO division.
Walker.
Yeah, by pushing a little more towards that OB to the left, they're going to set up a better second shot.
Solonen. A little more want on this one. What a reaction, Des.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness.
Grip 6 wanted her back in.
Wow. That does not usually happen. Scoggins can take advantage of her forehand.
This is a great play off of the tee. Going to filter towards the middle.
Just fine there for Allen. One more look at this. Evelina throwing an OB, but back in bounds somehow.
Oh, we heard it. This is just firing in there.
We're off to the right here. Boop. And just the perfect rollback.
Wow.
You gotta love it. Hey, luck works both ways, right, Des?
Yeah, so right now we are going to take a look at hole 2. It is the 5th hardest hole. It's a par 5. The first important thing is clearing the gully ravine, and then you're going to find yourself around the corner. We've got big trees. The circles around the trees are not OB, but there is OB to the left and to the right. As we proceed down for our second and third shots, players negotiate the low canopy coming into what is now the golf green. They need to either decide to fly over it, play short, deciding if they want to do that par 5 or try to go for the birdie 4.
And we saw with JK, the ground's a little wet. Those golf greens aren't really skittering like they're used to.
No, I think as the temperature changes, we did get that big rain that came through here. The later tee times are going to find a different course than the earlier tee times did out here. The green sets on that little bit of null, so it'll be interesting.
Walker throwing 2. Looks like she's going to be laying up short at the golf green, playing as a par 5. Oh, that
heartache.
Unfortunately found the OB. Still a chance to save par, throwing 4 from there. Another live look down from our Flight Factory drone. It's a coupon code Austin for 10% off.
Flight Factory gives us a good look at those OB.
Allen a little pinch. Nah, she's all right.
Fantastic play. We can see that she elected to go for the steady play to set up the birdie with that low canopy. No need to bite up anything you can't handle.
Yep, smart golf. And Evelina fortunate to be in bounds. Do you think she has a line into the pin from there?
I would believe so. I think the farther you creep to the farthest of the OB, the better you get. But that canopy is really going to keep her still on the short side. Oh, Ian, it looks like she had a clear look at it. Look at this shot.
My goodness.
Oh, wow.
I hope that's as close as it looked.
That is taking advantage of when your disc lands in the best situation after a not the best drive.
It really rolled to the perfect line, didn't it?
Look at this opening.
And look at the shot.
That is how you keep that good luck going, is you take advantage and you just execute. That's beautiful.
The best thrower of the disc.
Love it.
She is unbelievable.
Look at that smile.
And now Scoggins throwing her second. And she beat the green, yes.
Right. That sets up for an easy birdie and definitely a look at the eagle.
Yeah.
Exciting, 2 eagles.
Love it. Owen wouldn't mind an eagle after the bogey on 1. Help erase that. Course is looking beautiful, and I talked to the players. I got a chance to walk the course yesterday, and everyone's like, it doesn't feel like I'm playing on a golf course, other than a couple holes where you run into a golf green, but they made great use of the property.
It really is. Harvey Pennick was a legendary golf professional, and he was also a prolific mental coach, so it's really exciting to see disc golf being able to be played at this golf course.
Oh, cool. Walker about to throw 4 after the OB second shot.
See that it's still wet out there. She has to really dry off that disc.
Give her a chance.
Yeah, and that is the beauty of a par system.
Your defending champion in the house with the most elite or major wins in Texas, besides the woman sitting next to me.
Look at Paige.
That's what I was just talking about.
All right. Well, at least 2 Texans are holding down the deep in the heart of Texas stats there.
There you go.
That's a good win ratio. Paige is definitely she's a favorite sister or daughter, however you want to say that, here in Texas. We've been watching her play since she was a young one.
Hopefully this will be the weekend she can get back into that Paige Pierce form we're all used to. One of her biggest rivals for all these years, Katrina Allen, throwing her third on the par 5. That was good, not great.
Good, not great. I think we're seeing this par 5 play fairly easy as we look down the stats. So people, as you look at that, then you just really need to know that a birdie is good.
And there are your scores. Kat Mersch, hole 5 through 7. And Corver did drop off with that hole 9 results. Took a 6, double bogey there on 9. You saw the 2 OB shots that led to that. Holly Finley playing well, 2 through 3. Scoggins for eagle.
Nice solid play. Eagle attempt, birdie drop in.
Yeah. Walker for par. The right action does just a little low.
Yeah, she definitely needed to put a little more juice on that 4th shot to get her a little closer, well outside the circle.
Yeah, that'll be a bogey for Walker. Paige Pierce, your defending champion. We'll be teeing off in just about 3 minutes now.
Paige keeps getting stronger and stronger as she gets into more and more plays.
Absolutely. Allen looking at birdie.
Never a doubt.
Cat looking nice early.
The extension was all on. She was right at the circle, chin high. Good putt.
Yeah. Let's roll back that Zuka.
Yeah, look at that extension, the follow through. It's all day in.
The drive looking nice. The putt looking nice. Solid in for eagle.
Here we go. Ooh.
Get it.
Are we going to see some fun out of her this year?
Wow.
This putt found, and we always know she can drive.
The comeback eagle putt.
I'm excited for what the year is going to hold.
The putt looks different. It looks great.
Yeah, agreed.
Wow. Love to see that. That's a Walker bogey. I'm going to jump on over to our leader, Kat Mersch, with a... That finds the bottom of the bucket.
And look at that. She had to work the wooded angles there. We're going to see a lot of open where people can have their normal stance, but then in these woods, we're going to have to see some extra putts.
We'll be right back.
One thing we all love about disc golf is it's a lifetime sport. Whether you play pro, am, juniors, or senior grandmasters, we all want to play this sport as much as we want and for as long as we want. This can introduce wear over time, potentially hindering your ability to continue playing. A cart reduces the cumulative stress on your body that comes with repetitive motions such as reaching down and lifting. This will help keep you on the course, maximizing your athletic potential, and playing your best.
Yeah, and talking about talent, here's Jonathan.
Stepping up to tee off, looking very good.
Look at those muscles, working that drive.
Well, he clearly works out, and that drive is amazing.
Oh my God, once in a lifetime shot.
Not for Jonathan, it isn't.
I'm going to keep my eye on this guy.
Not going to be very hard considering how good he looks.
Ska du kasta eller?
Ja.
Checka det här. Jävlar!
Snyggt.
PDJ reinvests membership funding into support for programs like the Competition Endowment, Youth and Education Program, and Marco Polo Program, all of which help grow the sport in communities around the world. Get started today. Visit pdja.com/join.
Brought back by popular demand. Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Disc that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
Welcome back. Looking at hole 3 and Evelina Salonen coming off an eagle on hole 2.
I like the forehand play. It's going to force itself right. Oh!
I thought it was good. I didn't know it was that good. Evelina.
I didn't even see if it stayed. I was so excited.
I think it sat pretty well.
Right on.
Yeah. I was trying to find anything wrong with that disc flight, and I couldn't find much. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I flipped over okay.
And still almost dotted. Beautiful. Wow. Exciting.
We are going to be flying back into hole 1 for your other feature card. Your defending champion, your #1 player in the world. Holland Hanley and Valerie Manduano, the other two joining Tatara and Pierce. A little shenanigans though, Des.
Welcome
Holland.
back to the Open in Austin, presented by Flight Factory. This is your feature card, 1055. First up on the tee box from Pensacola, Florida. She's your current Open champion, Rookie of the Year 2010, 5-time world champion, sponsored by Discraft, Paige Pierce.
Fortunate.
Next up on the tee, from Cibolo, Texas, a previous Open champion, sponsored by Discraft and Lucky Ace Disc, Valerie Manduano.
That flattened out on her a bit.
It did. That's somewhere in circle 2.
Next
like
up
Val-
from Estonia, your 2-time and current world champion, sponsored by Latitude 64, Kristen Tatar.
What's new, Des? Tatar throwing a great shot.
You gotta love that Heiser Open. That's good. That was a good
From
shot.
Grapevine, Texas,
First one in the circle.
Sponsored by Discraft and Flight Factory, Holland Hanley.
Right by me. Hit the tree.
Everybody putting on hole 1. Right across the bridge.
Okay, round.
You got a bubble wrap. Bubble wrap.
There they are, making the walk across the bridge. And our man, Nate Perkins, he is down there on the ground with Paige Pierce. Take it away, Nate.
Well, Paige, we could talk disc golf, but we do that pretty often. Let's talk about the music that you've been seeing out there. We got to see my Uncle Bobby Perkins last night. Where'd you go to after that show? What's the music been like?
Yeah, it's been amazing. Every kind of music and just like pleasant surprises everywhere you go. I ended up at a recording studio. I thought it was like the Greyhounds, a big Austin band, was playing there, and I thought it was a venue, but it was a music studio. Wow. So I got to see them live record their album on the spot, and they printed the vinyl one of one right there. It was super cool.
I feel like too often your division kind of gets the short end of the stick with the weather, but we're supposed to get hail and thunderstorms later. How does it feel right now?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I saw that it might start coming down at 1, but honestly, right now it feels and looks good. So hoping for the best.
All right, thanks for the interview, Paige. Good luck.
Thank you, Nate and Paige, making time for us there. Allen putting for birdie on hole 3. Same hole we saw Salonen hit the pin on the tee. She hits the pin on the putt, but not the bottom. Kat Murch, tee of 9.
This is the tricky hole where we saw Juliana take the double. The green to clear is actually 330. Before it is at 225.
Is it OB?
Yeah.
OB.
As we're seeing, very difficult.
Yeah. Hanley putting for 2 on hole 1.
Nailed it. Little stepper.
On the elevated pin. Gutsy putt to start the day for Holland. Let's roll back that Zuka.
We gotta love a step through.
Absolutely.
Really keeps the disc nose on plane. You can see it very rarely wobbled right off of that center cut where she wanted it to hit in.
Manduhano from the other side, also looking at 2. We talk about Paige's ankle injury a lot, but, you know, Val's still trying to find that pre-ankle injury form, is she not?
I agree. Anytime you're coming back from an injury, it takes a lot of repetition to get your body ready and really to mentally get yourself back to where you were.
Pierce with an obstructed look. Looks like we're going to go to Tar first.
A little bit of elevation.
Let's see if Pierce can grab a stroke on the world champion.
All right, we got just one. I'm surprised, really, just one of the 3 birdies on that hole. We're in one of the 4.
Great effort from Paige, just a little high.
Yeah, she was really stretched out there, and you know, we always going to go talk about her ankle injury for a while. Even though she did have it up, which meant she had plenty of power, maybe her spin to release was not where she wanted it to be. But being really stretched out does put you in a different position to make a putt.
With you. Everybody in for par, besides Hanley. And Evelina almost had the ace on 3. The drop in for 2.
Oh, well, I'm glad that one stayed. As a competitor, anytime you want to hit the basket, let's have them stay there.
And that's one that's going to send some putts back,
Agreed.
that green. And over to Murch on 9, throwing 3. Par still available.
It's a really pinchy green with the OB. She is in the right position to hit it, but it is small.
Is that short OB?
You can hear her say that's unfortunate, so player usually knows.
Ooh, 9 getting people.
9 is not fine right now.
No, it's not. We're on the tee of 4, thrown way downhill with Evelina.
This one's nicely dubbed Big Pinnock.
Cool. Evelina.
Like it. 350 downhill. It's like a 7% downhill grade.
There's Merch grabbing her meter in, and will now be throwing 5.
And you can see how this really does taper.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
really no landing zone. It's all green or nothing.
It created some great dramatics last year as a hole 18. Not off by much as Merch. That will be a double. Hanley. Now on the tee of 2.
This hole's really going to set up good with Holland's ability to throw the left hand or backhand and the forehand. Yeah, good and safe. I feel like she cranked it a little more than she might have wanted to the left.
Pierce. Too much, Des.
Too much. That shot, I don't really have anything on that shot. It didn't look good out of the
No.
gate.
1 and 2 have both looked a little early out of the hand to my eye for Paige.
Hole 1, she was really quick on a cadence.
Was that what it was?
I mean, I'm
Okay.
not quite for sure, but I just thought that she was quicker.
Manduhano. Will this settle in bounce? No.
Very tricky. Everyone's trying to land to a nice soft position, but it's a small landing zone, and players are using mids to overstable drivers to hit that, and they got a lot of power, so it looks like they're finding that OB easier than normal. And let's look at the skirt of Kristen. It's blowing
Yeah. I love the forehand on this hole if we got it. It's going to finish the right way.
all day.
Away from OB. There. Oh my goodness. That's a bonus drive.
That's beautiful.
Set up very nicely.
We've seen 2 eagles on that hole. Kristen has got herself in good position to maybe put a third.
Scoggins looking for her 3rd birdie in a row after the bogey start. Yes.
Count it. Nice job, Owen.
Such a baller. Love watching Owen. Merch for 6. And that's going to drop Kat back to 3 under on the day. Your leader, Evelina. Speaking of, that birdie putt did it.
Just dropping them in, keeping it.
And it is now your solo 4 down over the last 3 holes.
And she didn't get the hole 1.
I know. A great look at hole 2 from your Flight Factory drone. Code Austin, 10% off all weekend long. That is, you can see it really pinches down for that second shot, Des.
It does. Yeah, we can see the longer landing zone, but because it's only 180 to clear the stream itself, it's playing a lot longer, a lot shorter. Drives are going longer.
Jumping over to Allen, looking for her 3rd birdie in 4 holes. On hole 4.
Nice and solid. Her stroke just looks the same every single time right now.
1 off the lead now, Merch on 10. Downhill island hole. Ooh, this is leaking, Des.
It is.
Oh, that's OB. Manduhano grabbing a meter in off the OB drive, throwing 3. Par still there on the par 5.
It is, and you can see from the position, the farther you actually push to that line, I mean, there is a fine line. I did say that you wanted to kind of like go towards that line, but right now, Val's got a very tough situation here. She's definitely just placing another shot to set herself up. That forehand does set itself up the best for the drive. We're seeing the backhands not yield the best results.
Yeah. And now Paige will do the same from just about the same spot. Paige laying up short of the golf green, or that is the intent anyway. Looks like it worked. Holland up next. Looks like a mid or a putter. So we'll see a layup shot short of that green.
I agree.
That was almost really bad, Des.
No one wants the layup, Obi.
Oh my gosh. Got away with one there. Jumping ahead to Evelina. I believe this was 16 last year. Tricky par 4. You got Obi all in that valley. And she's going to take that right-hand side and just smoke Des.
That is a perfect shot. Just a perfect shot.
I want to throw it like Evelina when I grow up.
I think we all do.
Gosh, she's good. Tatar, what a drive in fantastic position for her second.
Yeah, I love it. It looks like she's sizing up to go for it. I don't know why you would not. She's got definitely the power to clear that green. You might as well put yourself in position.
That looks like a high-speed driver. Skips it off the green and rolls on the fairway still, it looks like.
It does. That really does show us how good Evelina's shot was that we had seen earlier.
Yeah. And Perk, we're taking a look at Holly Finley's scorecard right now. She is 2 down, but I'm told that's not exactly the case. Fill us in there.
Yeah, that's right, Ian. Holly was the latest victim to the 2-stroke penalty for not showing up to your tee time 5 minutes prior. And we still haven't quite nailed down how to reflect that on the PDGA live scoring. Unfortunate situation there for Finley.
Yeah. It's getting people, Des, every week.
We'll see how many
hopefully it stops at some
tour
point,
stops
right?
it's going to take before everyone gets on board.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll happen here. All right, Hanley inbounds somehow after that second shot, throwing 3. Not great.
No, she's just riding it right now.
Yeah. A little army golf.
I do feel like you want to nab as many birdies as you can on the front and the back half of this course.
Evelina throwing 2 after a great drive.
Yep.
Just outside the bullseye, Des.
Yeah, when you feel it, you feel it.
And back to Pierce, throwing 3 on hole 2. Oh, sorry, excuse me, throwing 4 after the OB drive. Another miss left. And is that OB?
It might. It stayed, all right.
Oh my goodness. Long grass doing her a favor there.
It's hard to say where that OB was, but I was surprised that that stayed safe.
Murch from the drop zone for par. Honest effort.
Yeah, it looks like the wind's going to pick up on us a little bit according to that flag.
Manduhano in her 4th. I was with you. That looked good, didn't it? Almost smashing chance. Still have that left for par.
That was a really good manage of the OB stroke.
It was.
As a competitor, when you take the OB stroke, it's so important to be able to manage yourself down there to get that par, and a drop-in par is even better.
Katrina and her second. Even better than Solonen. They are dueling on that card, aren't they, Des?
I'm thinking our second feature card is running hot right now.
Making their walk into the green. That's 3's tee right there. Top left of your frame. For Eagle, Tatar.
Well played hole.
Yeah. She just makes it look easy. Hanley, a long look at birdie after 2 not great shots. Jumper well is dry there.
She's got the walk that she's out.
Scoggins for birdie. Yes.
It's going to put her about 5 in a row, right?
That is 4 or 5 in a row. Wow. Pierce. That was 4 in a row for Scoggins. That was not for birdie. That was for par. So Pierce picking up a bogey on hole 2. Hanley hoping to avoid that fate, looking at par.
She did leave herself a tester, but you do want to go for any birdie putt that you can possibly go for.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Is that in?
That'd be a group call, right?
That's on the line.
Look at her great work.
Yeah. Over? It's
Yeah,
out.
no question.
Oh my. Oh, that was nasty, Des.
A little dirty.
Oh. And how does it get? Oh yeah, the line is OB.
That is correct. Knows no thickness.
Oh man, one more look at this, unfortunately. Oh, she's just gonna re-putt it, isn't she? Yeah. It must be closer. Makes that one at least. You do have the option of always rethrowing with a penalty, and
that's true.
If it goes OB, sometimes it's closer where your last putt was.
Salty.
Yeah. Ugh. Tatar. Making that birdie look easy.
This card is kind of all over the place. Tatar's going to have to stay focused along with all the other competitors. Each one is doing their own thing right now.
You find it's kind of easier to get going when someone on your card is keeping up with you?
I do. When a card runs hot together, it's the better way to play.
Manuhano.
You see a lot of miss putts, rollaways, OB shots. It can kind of get into your head and get you out of a rhythm also, because you have to take that extra time to show where other lies are, mark OBs. It's just a whole different thing.
You make good points. Evelina for birdie. That putt is so good, Des.
It is. We're really seeing the difference from last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 down after 5. Her extension is so forceful instead of a weaker extension that she had in 2023.
Oh, what a treat it is to watch. Allen to go 4 through 5. Just missing hole 3. Your leader a bit ago, Cat Merch, throwing her second here on hole 11, par 5, 960. Lot to miss here, Des. I think she did.
I feel like she did too.
Potentially a long eagle bid. I'll show you that once it happens. Your top 10, and that's a day 1 top 10 right there. Some really hot starts on the scores, though. You surprised by that, or did you kind of expect that?
I do feel like the course sets up easier in the middle, in the end, or I'm sorry, easier in the front end to the back, where the middle is going to see its most wild swings.
Tatar. Nicely done.
I know on hole 3 they shortened the pin from last year to force more putts. It was almost like 30 to 40 feet longer, and people were just laying up. So they brought it into the 275. It brings that hill play into action, and also you have to putt.
Manduhano. It's a little shy.
A lot of commitment right there.
Pierce. Good to erase the bogey from hole 2. Oh, Pierce hangs it out wide. Does get the green flag. Putting from the rough.
Putting from the rough and putting downhill.
Hanley.
Quite a bit different than our second feature card.
Definitely. On the tee of 6, Salonen. And this is where we're heading into the woods, Des.
Yeah, these are new holes that are carved out.
And oh my gosh, there's OB in these woods. That looked okay though.
It did.
Yeah.
I like the fact that we could hear her snap. She's driving with commitment. She's going to hit the lines.
Allen next. This was the shot I saw off the tee too.
I do feel like it sets up on the best shot.
Yeah. And really well thrown by Katrina. The backhand line looks so touchy and just a lot to miss.
You had to make your disc really move right off the start,
Yeah.
and that's where Evelina's did not. She actually kind of like was making it move harder than it needed to. Fine line.
A live look down at hole 3's green and your feature card as they approach.
Everyone is left with a tester here. We do not have any basket hit or park jobs.
No.
Unless that's pages that popped out.
Manduhano first to putt. And you want this to go in or miss the basket, right, Des?
You do. When they moved this basket in, they did put it on that ridge. It's going to give them some awkward putts.
Well, it does miss.
We got some wind ripping out there.
Yeah. Nate, is the wind starting to pick up out there? We're starting to hear a little bit on the mics. Seeing some trees move around.
Yeah, it's just crested 10 miles per hour. Valerie had a pure headwind putt right there. Paige is looking at a pretty much direct tailwind. She's asking her card mates right now, double checking that she's outside the circle, and she will get the green light to follow through on this one.
Thanks, sir.
Love it.
Huge make from Pierce.
Absolutely. She didn't even need to step. She just got the read, felt comfortable over the putt, and took all the factor of the fear out of it.
And that is such a scary putt with that sloped green. Huge make. Hanley from the other side. Also looking at birdie. Back to even she goes.
I like it. Her putt really does translate nicely in the wind if it kicks up. She's got great spin to angle control.
A birdie and a double followed by a birdie for Holland. Manduhano walking to her par putt. Really nice make.
Yeah.
Tatar, closest of the bunch, for birdie.
Seize the day.
Evelina on 6, hit early, still has to make the corner. Throwing 2. So good.
Sometimes you throw your upshot first.
That's a fun one, Des. Third shot for Murch on the par 5. Has that left for birdie. Getting back on the birdie train after a couple rough holes. And back to 6 for Allen in her second. Oh.
Not as good a position as we thought she would have, but manages.
Sounds like just playing for par despite the great drive. Murch the tap in birdie. That's on the par 5 11th. That's not a cookie, Cat. You're not Andrew Marweed.
Love a cookie.
Love having Cat on tour, right?
Yeah,
you know?
We've got a great group of FPO players,
really
a lot of
do.
personalities. It's fun to be able to follow along.
It keeps it fun for sure. There are your scores. Let's check in on our Canna current conditions. You can see the skyline. It was blue when we started, Des.
They did say it was rolling in. We had some stuff rolling in beforehand.
Temperature's nice, the humidity, cannot say the same. A little sticky out there. Perk, how's it feeling, man? You feeling that stickiness? You feeling that wind? How are the current conditions on the ground, my man?
Yeah, it's definitely sticky, Ian, and the tee pads are muddy and slick. The players have been talking about it, and the wind is really ripping right now. 15 miles per hour left to right on this shot, and you have that OB looming deep into the left, so players are going to really want to swing this and hope they can fight back into the wind.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough shot. Thank you, Nate. There is For's tee, center screen from your Flight Factory drone. Chucking one down the hill pretty soon. Ooh, look at that banner.
Oh yeah, local mid-disc.
Talking it over with Silver Lat. I could talk over them because no one understands them.
Yeah, we do have a big Estonian fan base now.
For our Estonian fans, shouts to them.
Great discussion.
Another one.
Great read, great wind read, great elevation read. Well played.
Her caddy has one of the best forehands in the world. Also a partner.
See, there is a lot of discussion on the tee, so Big Pinnock is feeling some wind and giving some people some thrill out there.
Let's see what the backhand does, Des. Page. Looks like that rolled off the green.
Yeah, that one really never had a chance with the way the wind was going, and that sheer hyzer, it just really kept that fight plate down.
Hanley. More aggressive line from Holland.
A little flatter release. That was the shot.
Great backstop on that tree as well. And Maduhano.
Beautiful.
What a shot.
Love that view from the Flight Factory.
Hole 6, Evelina throwing 3. Looks like shallow circle 2.
I think so. She did a really nice job managing that.
Jumping ahead to 12 in Murch. Didn't get the flip on it.
No, we heard her kind of say, oh. And who?
Looks like it caught a late tree, though, I want to say, for maybe, hopefully a putt.
Yeah, I think it's in a putting zone, just not a park zone.
Allen in her third. You know, she played this one really nicely, Des.
She did, and she's just got a great touch, a lovely shot. It's a slow throwing shot into there.
Gosh, just one birdie on the day for hole 6, that by Rebecca Cox. So par is good on
Par
6.
is good on 6.
Rebecca Cox has 3 birdies, 2 bogeys, sitting at 1 down, tied for 11th. Paige Pierce has a long birdie look back on hole 4.
Oh, sick run.
Everything but in, Des. What a bid.
Love the commitment. Love the fact that she's jumping on her ankle right now. Something that we've always seen and known Paige for.
Jumping down the hill, even. Gosh. Paige's face will usually tell you what's going on.
It's
She's
true.
not one of those that hides. Tatar for birdie.
She's just kind of a machine out there.
She is. Producer Mo likes to call her the Estonian eraser. Just erases the competition. And he went up the hill for 2. And he would find the record books as well. She's doing a good job there. Well done by Holland. And it will be Manduhano or Pierce. Looks like Manduhano. A fantastic drive. Valerie now tied with her sister, Alexis, at 1 down. Pierce for par. Evelina with a par putt on hole 6.
Tricky.
Yeah. First bogey of the day for Salonen. Birdie look for Merch. Tried to ride that headwind in, Des, or?
I feel like it. If I'm going to talk a lot about extension on puttings. It is a headwind. You do want to release it lower, but she did not have a good firm extension on that putt.
Okay.
It was definitely, she needed more.
And Allen for par on hole 6. Oh no, Katrina.
And on the opposite end, it was a little too much.
It was. Oh, after playing that hole so well, just have the putt cost her there.
Yeah, her tree hit said it all. No competitor wants that.
That's a bogey for Salonen, and that's well made.
Nice rebound right there for Evelina, knowing her putting woes occasionally, to see someone hit early, and she stepped up and made her putt.
That was a bogey there for Scoggins as well. 6, playing tough.
Yeah, the par on 6 is a great score. It's actually kind of one of the first holes that you're going to come into the woods, and it is OB left and right. Very tricky.
Only 10 pars on the day out of 50 players.
I feel like if you can survive 6, 7, and 8, you're doing good.
Yeah. Take a look at 5. You can see the OB kind of valley in the middle. Forces you to play around that. And really, you got to make a decision off the tee here, what that tree does.
Yeah, as we're riding through the Flight Factory, the OB is to the left. All competitors want to stay high on the ridge line. The trees have been trimmed up from last year to allow a little more air under your disc. This is a classic dogleg left. It is 520 feet, averaging the 3rd hardest hole with a 4-point average. But this landing zone is around 330, and then you have to throw over the OB to a basket that's on a slight pitch. It shouldn't yield you too many trouble putts, but you're going to come in slower on the second shot and want to try to put yourself right into that ridge.
with the box, Tatar.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, taking all that OB out.
Salonen, T of 7.
All right, the little gettable par 3 in the woods. Tricky, tricky with that bisector.
Yeah, not the worst reaction though, thankfully. Somewhere in the fairway still. Hanley back on 5.
Forehand's going to keep everything safe. It will allow you to have the safe shot, but you will have the longer shot on the second hole, or the second shot.
Katrina, the forehand flex. I hope that stayed in. It did.
That's good.
Mandujano back on 5.
Set the landing zone.
Yep. And Pierce.
All right, all great drives by our group.
Evelina throwing her second. Late tree, edge of fairway, circle 2 for par.
Yeah, she's going to have to get that putt on.
T of 13 with Merch. This played as a par 5 last year, now it's just a little par 3.
Yeah, even though they cleaned up a little bit to give you a visual on the basket, this was actually, I believe, aced by Maria from Estonia with Kristen Tatar in a practice round.
Oh, awesome. Evelina for par.
Get it, get it.
Oh, that's what we're talking about.
Huge make from the parking lot. Evelina Salonen. Let's roll back that Zuka replay.
Work it. One of Harvey Pennick's great quotes was, sinking big putt makes your confidence soar and it devastates your opponents.
He wasn't wrong.
He is not wrong.
And we are back on 5 with Tatar throwing her second. Just a couple steps out into circle 2 for Kristen. Hanley. Also throwing 2.
Yeah, all those forehands are getting a little steamy. If they would come in a little short of the basket, it would absorb the skip that they're getting off of that forehand. It's a great play, but they're coming in too high and too hot.
Yeah, it's hard to blame them for missing long because you just don't want to miss short here.
All day. That'd be almost like stroking distance.
Yeah, it's brutal. Mandujano.
She's swinging it out more.
Well, she won't get the distance at least.
And there's exactly what you just talked about.
Yeah.
Frustration.
She'll have a putt for par though, and she's a great putter. Pierce. Looks like a putter or a mid for Paige.
That's got to go.
It didn't.
I don't think so either.
And then never across. That's the worst one.
That is completely the worst. Stroke and distance.
The stroke and
almost.
distance you were talking about. Oh my goodness.
Yep, and you can see Paige knew it immediately.
Like, there's so much room on the backside, Des. You can't make that mistake.
You cannot make that mistake. You have to know you're a strong enough thrower and not try to place it there.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where those mistakes happen. When you're trying to place the disc.
So throwing 4. And we'll have this left for 5 and a bogey.
You touched over there for sure. You rolled back. There you go.
Allen with a birdie look. Barely stayed in bounds off the tee. She had to shape that one, Des.
She did. Those are hard to make.
Yeah. Murch for birdie on 13. You saw the drive, and there's the putt finding home.
She is feeling hot after that double and bogey. She's coming birdie on us now. No other reds. The joys of sports.
Never change, Kat. And Nate, talk about that miss we just saw from Paige Pierce right there.
Well, yeah, Ian, that's the fourth big inside miss that we've seen from Paige. Des actually picked up on it on hole one's tee shot. Just a little quick on the footwork and not letting herself get to the spot that she normally hits on the backhand. And that one's going to end up costing her 2 strokes. My total is 5 strokes so far on this round.
Yeah. Wow, Nate. You saw it, Des.
Yeah, I've been playing with Paige for quite a while, and you can kind of tell when someone is in the routine and maybe hurried.
Coming down the hill for birdie, Tatar.
I don't know if there is a better clutch putter when there is death behind a basket.
No.
It is ice right there.
Give me Kristen all day.
Very impressive.
Yeah, it rolls backwards.
As you see, Manduhano landed inbounds, but unfortunately rolled OB. We'll have this left for par.
And you can really see the difference of the mistake of making sure that you've hit in bounds. Here is almost not a double mistake when Pages did not cross that stroking distance. Really tough.
Not to be, but at least it sat.
It did.
It's like a 5 worst case for Val. Paige looking at a putt for 5 as well.
And I do believe hers went a little bit far, maybe right
Yeah.
at the circle.
Yeah, it's
not
right
too
there.
bad. A couple steps in.
And it's a double for Pierce.
Seeing a lot of basket hits. This group right now is just dinging some baskets with lack of extension. Kind of can get contagious out there.
Yeah. That was a Hanley par. A bogey followed by a double for Manduhano and Pierce. One more look at this Tatar. This is strokes on the card.
Not a doubt. All chains, all where you wanted to hit. Sweet
Right.
spot all day.
They are headed into the woods.
All right, so now we're coming up to that hole 6, the one that has been brutal for everybody.
Yep. Oh, we're going to fly hole 6, Des.
Hole 6, 535 feet, par 4. Newly carved out of the woods. It's a nice little stretch here. We do have a Mando on the right, OB on the right also. It is 290 to the landing zone. Straight shot any way that you can get it to land. I think the best thing to do is to keep your disc low. Any tree kick is going to force a quicker OB onto shots. As the disc comes for lining up to the second shot, still a lot of trees in the way, as you can see. Lower the better. Try to minimize kicks OB. You're just negotiating whatever route your disc happens to land into. Continually finishing up. As we're seeing, pars are great, which is a par 4. The green itself is guarded. It could have different looks around for putting. So keep it low, keep it safe, find your shot, make it work. Pars are good on par 6 or par.
Agreed. Finding your shot is so
6.
tough on this one.
It is.
Most of these tee pads, you can step up and be, all right, that's the shot. You know, it's very clear what you should do, but here,
And we can see, I mean, it does look like it's clear.
Yeah.
But because it is so wooded, you just don't know how much you can bite off.
Kristen with the box. And a share of the lead.
Mr. Mark.
Yeah. One of your other leaders, Salonen. On the tee of 8.
This one sets up with 3 different routes that you can take, and she chose that left route. It looked great.
Back to 6 for Hanley. Can this stay inside that tree? No, it's in the fairway at least.
It is.
Monduhano. The standstill here.
Yeah, this is kind of like a classic move that we've seen throughout. Usually probably throwing a mid to control the speed.
I kind of like that.
I do too.
Yeah. Allen in 4th, 1 off the lead. Tee of 8. Early ground and a weird reaction.
Yeah, hard to say.
Back to 6 for Pierce. Also slowing down. Looks like a putter.
1 point for the backhand.
Yeah, we heard it. 1 point for the backhand.
Best of the bunch there. Well done, Pierce. Nate, how are those tee pads looking so far? On my walk yesterday, they seemed like pretty nice tee pads, man.
Yeah, we had rain in the middle of the night, and you know, again, the mud down here in Texas, it has just enough clay in it that it sticks to the shoes. Players track on it early in the morning, and right now they're pretty muddy and pretty slick. I've heard these players on this first feature card talking about it, but the ones here in the woods seem to have a little break from that.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks, Nate. Looking at Merch, tee of 14.
Hey, we got a full flight right there.
Yeah. Allen, after the early ground hit, throwing her 2nd.
Wooded section.
Yeah,
Gotta hunker down.
Things happen back. Hanley throwing 2, back on 6. And birdie out of the equation after that tee shot. She's going to go mid or putter for her 2nd. It was an overturn, but it's in bounds, is the silver lining, and made progress.
I think on holes like this, you have to just kind of keep your focus, see what shot is coming up to your hand, and just deliver.
Allen and her 3rd. That's leaking into jail, although nice kick.
Yes. And we can see there's a lot of scrambling going on, so your game plan in the woods will usually not be the same as you had in practice. You have to be ready to scramble and do different shots.
Tatar throwing her 2nd. While she does this, Nate, what do you make of hole 6, man? What did you see off the tee as far as shots and maybe seconds?
Well, I think it's amazing the work that they were able to do in such short amount of time. And there's been a little discussion of whether or not OB in the woods is necessary. But I kind of like how much it's making the players think and how hard it's actually going to play this weekend.
Yeah, I'm with you, Nate. It definitely presents a unique challenge.
And I do think the way they've carved these holes out, you're going to need the OB just to keep the disc into the right fairway.
Evelina.
Still got that confident swing that's going to translate once she gets out of those woods.
Monduhano in her 2nd. You can see the Pierce drive just ahead of her. Not bad, just need to hold the turn a little longer.
Agree.
3rd shot for Evelina on the par 4 8th. Not the easiest look here, Des.
It is not. It filters down. It's a lower canopy. It definitely puts the premium on that straight shot.
And a really nice patent pending approach from Evelina, just into the bullseye. Allen, about the same. A little closer.
Nice, and you can see that Allen exercised the fan grip that gets a slower spin on the disc. It allows you to control the nose a little better from a smaller distance.
Pierce in her second. It's a great second shot, but it's still not going to produce a birdie or anything close to it.
Yes, again, if we keep working our way down to par on that one and knowing that you're not going to always get the best lies.
Yeah.
Sometimes in these, it's nice where you have your caddy that you can kind of just banter back and forth and not get so wrapped up into where my disc is landed.
This is a bogey putt for Allen on hole 8. That's her third miss in the circle today, Des. She could be leading this thing.
Yeah, just a little short.
Back to 6 for Hanley. And her third. Fantastic.
Yes, she really seized that opportunity that she had and just slayed it.
Tatar looking pinched.
We're going to be able to see some creative shots from our FPO players. Don't know if I've seen Kristen have to get on knees too often to execute a shot. That's beautiful.
Took the high percentage shot, right?
Yep.
Salonen for par. Hole 8.
Snuck that one in on us. Ends in.
That she did. Still with a share of the lead. There's Allen bag on double, unfortunately, after missing the bogey putt. And back to 6 for Mandujano. Oh no, Des. This really got into the corner, didn't it?
You can see how much work that they actually did to cut out these holes. Basically, each of those fairways that we're going to see 6, 7, and 8 looked like this coming into the Open.
It's out.
It is out, and even hit stuff coming out.
Gosh.
That's tough. Tight in there.
So bogey best case now for Mandujano. Kat Merch's drive got so far she could see the basket, but she did not take advantage, Des.
Did not.
That was a tough out, though.
It was. It was.
To be fair. Mandujano and her 4th. Well done.
Yeah.
Limiting the damage.
It's as good as you could get.
Yeah. Pierce and her 3rd. That's in there for a look at par.
Yeah, there is the par is getting strokes on folks.
Yeah. And back to Merch for her 3rd on the par 4. A look at par from circle 2 on 14 for Merch. in the fairway is Tatar for her par. Or birdie. Yeah, this is par. The first blemish for Kristen. Just a bogey, though. Hole 9, Salonen has eaten up Murch and Korver. And Evelina gets another victim, hole 9.
I know why people want to try to go over that green,
Yeah.
but you got to make sure you get over.
Pierce doesn't get over the rim on the putt. That's another bogey.
Missed opportunity there by Paige.
Agreed. Hanley. That is a good 4 on hole 6. Manduhano for bogey.
Wow, we saw quite a bit of hedging right there by Mandujano.
Mm-hmm.
She couldn't quite pull the trigger.
I wonder if that tree was kind of in her swing a little bit or something.
It was awkward.
Yeah.
Michima was kind of lining up a turbo.
Oh. Bogeys for Pierce and Tatar. They are on to 7, hole 9, and Scoggins. Is that OB2? Oh my gosh.
Wow, 9.
I will say at hole 9, it's kind of a blind tee shot, Des, right?
Absolutely.
You know, you're throwing up the hill, you can't really see the OB.
You can't. You just know you have to fly the green at 330, or you play left, but then it's only 220 some feet to the left, and then that OB comes up quick too. So it's a full drive, or it's kind of like a baby, like hyzer up shot.
It's a well-designed hole is what you're telling me.
It's tricky.
It's a challenge.
It definitely puts a premium on knowing your speed, knowing which disc to throw, and how much you can get off.
Yeah. And I think a little later in the day, that Evelina drive finds inbounds. You know, it really dried up on that wet green.
More than likely.
Jumping back to 7 for Hanley. That is a miss for Hanley and a kick OB even. Yes, brutal.
Brutal.
You got a flyover in the bottom left for you.
Yeah. This is just a nice little 305-foot par 3 bisector classically in the middle. Choose left or right. It does get a lower canopy as the disc nears the green, so it's important to, I think, use a higher speed driver.
A miss for Tatar, but at least it's inbounds, Des.
Yeah, but surprised that we got a couple ricochets off of this one. I knew 6 and 8 would produce some. I didn't think 7 would.
Manduhano.
Kick left.
Oh.
Yes!
Oh.
Yes!
Ask and you shall receive, I guess. I don't know which caddy asked for that, but they got it.
They did.
Pierce. She is slowing down. That's a putter. That was not it. Nate,
was not it.
What are you seeing on this Paige Pierce swing? It seems like it's there 1 minute, and it wasn't there that minute.
If you ask me, I think she's not really collecting herself long enough on the tee pad. I mean, in the last 2 seasons, she's kind of gone to that quicker routine, but right now she is just not accepting the moment, playing a little too quick, and you could tell just from the body language that that putter was going to come out on hyzer.
Yeah. Thank you, Nate. Appreciate that.
This tree.
Deciding whether it's Holland or Page, it appears.
It looks like it with the OB to where the lie would come in at.
Page going forehand roller here?
I would hope not. There's a lot of wood chips.
There are, yeah, it's a very unpredictable ground. Now it looks like a flex forehand.
That was really nicely done. She was able to like put a little bit of heat on it, keep that angle down low, and use her body to propel that disc almost forward.
Nice redemption shot after the tee shot.
Yes.
Scoggins found OB off the tee. Is she going to find it again? Yes. No? Oh.
No.
No is the correct answer after a while. Get it on.
That's right.
Yeah. Girl.
Everybody's dancing.
The drama. Oh my goodness.
Wow, hole 9 is leveling some games today.
How did that happen?
I feel like if you go OB on the drive, you are setting up almost for an OB second shot.
It seems like it, huh? Speaking of OB, Hanley off the tee throwing 3. Almost skipped it in.
Good recovery there to minimize the damage.
And Tatar inbounds, a little wide with her second. Swings in beautifully though. Jumping back to 9 and Evelina after her OB tee shot. Oh my God. I thought you got her with the commentator curse there, Jess.
Oh. The things you'll learn.
She made it in. And she'll have a look at par for Evelina. There is a nice par for Pierce after the drive. Hanley, this should be for bogey. And Manduhano cleaning up par.
It's interesting. I don't remember Valerie having those little bit of extra hedging that she has going on. I'm wondering if she's got some pull problems.
Now that you pointed it out, I've also, it's definitely different.
It's different.
And Salonen for par. Not to be a single bogey.
That's great on with your first drive OB. That's you can save him, but that's good.
Jumping ahead to 15 and Cat Merch. Got a 345-foot par 3.
This is probably one of the trickier ones because it's went from the left side to the right side. So if you are throwing that backhanded throw, you're going to have to really fight the hillside to get it to stick.
And Scoggins on the green of 9 fires it home.
Take advantage of it. Nice job, Ron.
A par after the OB drive. Is that right?
That would be.
Wow. Impressive. For the solo lead for Merch on 15, a long birdie putt.
Bam!
Dang! Finds the bottom from range.
She's looking good on the tee. Like she's owning the tee. She's feeling the groove. It's kind of how you keep it rolling.
Yeah. Thanks to Zuka for rolling back this replay. Like I roll my cart all around Heilman Park these days.
No stepper needed. Cat just drills it right on the hyzer heart.
Well done. On hole 8, Kristen. First available nearly.
Yeah, that one never had a chance either left or right.
Manduhano.
It's a great height there.
Looks like bad ground play.
I think so.
Yeah.
I thought we'd see a skip.
Me too. It looked perfect for that skip. Pierce. Our first look at a backhand on this one. That's that putter again. It's coming out late this time, though. Inbounds?
Inbounds.
The silver lining. Hanley. That's what Nate was talking about there.
It was. You could even kind of almost see it splashing as she was showing that.
Gosh, a late tree on a great looking drive. I'm going to take a quick peek at our scores, and your leader has a 2-stroke lead now after that huge putt.
Yeah, she's really feeling she's feeling her own game right now. She's staying in it, and it's really showing. 4 holes to go.
Curious if they'll be able to chase her down or not. Let's take a peek down the leaderboard. As you can see, Gannon also in your top 10.
That's a bunch right there.
Yeah, it is.
3s and 2s.
So we'll save a peek down the leaderboard for later. Jumping back to Pierce in her second. On the par 4 8th. Useful shot that.
Great recovery shot. She's now put herself into a position to attack for the par.
Yeah. The other side of the fairway, but about the same distance. Kristen throwing her second.
So goes Woods.
Yeah, right? A great looking shot, unfortunately, nestles on that tree.
It is really, as a competitor and a player, it's important to process those bad lies.
It was still a good shot, right?
Yes.
Evelina going down the hill on 10. Can she keep it in bounds?
Very nice.
She can jump that one if she wants to. And jump it ahead to 16 and Merch, your leader.
Nice little 320. We do see these bunkers, but if Kat's feeling it, this Merch, that's a good shot. I don't think that was a bunker onto that side. I think that's just a dirt spot.
That looked great. Nice smooth swing from Merch there. Looked like she was barely trying. Mandujano back on 8, finds the middle tree. And par will be tough from there. A look down at hole 8 from your Flight Factory drone. Reminder, head over to flightfactorydisc.com. Use code Austin for 10% all weekend long. They've got Holland Hanley gear there if you're a Holland Hanley fan. She beat the jail, Des.
She beat the jail. She's putting for the birdie. Best we've seen so far.
Yeah, really nice. Holland's partner and caddy, I believe his name's Tyler. And Mandujano throwing 3.
Nice. Right. Not bad. Not bad.
Pierce and her third coming up. Another misfire.
Oh, yeah. Injuries with players, and I don't even mean to use the all the time, but it's just hard. Sometimes your release is good, sometimes it's bad, and we're seeing that right now.
Yeah. From Pierce to Allen, putting for birdie.
There it was.
Yeah. Oh, looks like that was par from the drop zone. Excuse us there.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were safe.
What a save.
It's always good to see Allen cash those big ones in. Just been a great landmark for the game.
Tatar throwing 3. Trying to flex it through the gap.
We're seeing how difficult it is to get down that small tunnel.
Salonen inbounds on 10, putting for birdie. Not her best looking effort there, Des.
No, I think she was laughing at that one. So
At least it's still very close. And a live look down. And you can see why we do have OB in the woods, because there's a cliff and a creek right there.
yes. And I do know that they're going to have a spectator village in the middle of those two. It might happen over time, and that's going to help out with that OB too, to keep the spectators safe.
Pierce throwing forehand roller coming. Oh boy. Where does it stop? Can't hit that.
Hey, sometimes you bowl them.
That's a strike right there for Pierce. That is Merch for birdie. You saw the drive. A live look at your leader. That is.
She is in classic Merch form where she's cool yet goofy. It's working for her.
Is that a 3-stroke lead now? I think it is, yeah. She's at 6 down now. Yeah, there it is. It just updated. Tatar for par.
That's far.
Nearly the fairway for that par putt. It was a lot to ask for. Manduhano just about the same. Hanley. This is a birdie putt for Holland. Yeah, great make.
Ooh.
All kinds of chains, and it just skitters on out for Holland on a great looking bid.
I do love it when we see our athletes wanting to chase them in.
Yeah. Let's take one more look at this Paige Pierce forehand roller in the woods. So technical, Des.
She is putting a lot of speed and angle on this disc, knowing it needs to get through. You do run the chance if it doesn't hit anything.
It went through those trees?
Look at that.
What?
And, I mean, it's still going, and there's OB on the backside. So, I mean, it's a risky play, but that is all she has when we look back and find Paige in the woods.
Yeah. And now, to close out the hole, Pierce.
Heartbreak.
Tatar coming back for bogey. A double.
Wow.
For Tatar after missing the.
I feel like we've heard that sound a lot today.
There is a Pierce double after missing the bogey putt. This is a par for Hanley.
She's silently getting strokes on this group. This is weird.
Evelina on a tee of 11, par 5. They are all chasing down Cat Merch. I'll show you that action on the other side of the break. Back in just a few.
Allen's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Hi everyone, I'm Des Redding, Hall of Famer. So excited with my new signature series disc, the GOAT. I use the GOAT for all sorts of shots. The big open field hyzers, with some Annie with that strong flex and reliable fade, or on those windy days when you need that confidence, dead level, it's gonna slay that headwind.
The GOAT. Get out and throw.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
With a 3-stroke lead, Cat Merch on the tee of 17.
Seventeen's one of the longer holes where the FPO will be playing a longer pin and a par 4 over the MPOs.
On hole 9, Holland Hanley. Will she be another victim?
And you can see that she was doing the layup. Yes.
She still bets that it does.
It was. That one looked so bad it might have been good.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. That's Manduhano's tee shot on 9. Oh, will it get off the green? Yes. Barely.
Perfect.
A well-earned smile for Val. Tatar.
That wind is really carrying the flight plate over.
You called it. Tatar OB off the tee on 9.
Let's see if Paige can make an adjustment.
Looking to carry the green is Pierce.
That looked like a good adjustment.
It did. Too much.
Too much
for
power. Wow.
Should we way up the fairway at least?
With
Nate,
that tricky green.
we're seeing some errant tee shots. I'm looking at our current conditions. Fill us in, my man.
Yeah, they came out of the woods to some whipping wind, headwind right to left. You saw it get under Holland's disc. You saw Kristen make the mistake. Paige's shot looked great, but then late in the flight, it just became a kite, guys. It's going to be hard on these next 4 or 5 holes.
Thank you, Nate. Looking at Holland and her second, a right to left crossing wind onto this peninsula green.
Oh, so even though she was inbound, she had a long way to go.
And Nate, was that ever in at any point for Holland?
No, she made the fatal mistake. She's only going to move up 30 feet or so, throwing her 4th now.
Oh my. Another stroke of distance, Des.
Yeah, all they could just see it.
I thought we got rid of that rule. Come on, guys.
Only in your own game.
Yeah.
That's the goal. Still faced with that same shot.
Inbound somehow for Holland Hanley.
She really made the adjustment. I mean, she did. She threw her body into it, where her first one she did not. And that wind, as Nate Perkins was talking about, just took the disc and kept it LB all the way.
Manduhano had by far the best tee shot. Hopefully she can take advantage.
You really do have to pay attention to your competitors and get some wind reads when you come out. It'll improve your game and strokes if you can do that. And these players play with each other a lot, so they know what each other throws. She made that adjustment. get to see hole 9, how it should be played.
That was awesome. Well done, Val.
Great hyzer flip. As it controls the wind, a hyzer flip in the wind will actually break and then ride the wind better.
Tatar was OB off the tee. And 5 off the lead right now. And this doesn't look like an easy par.
Absolutely not. This is not much farther than Holland's was.
This needs to get down. And it does just in time.
Curb check.
Whew. She will have that left for par to stay 5 off the lead of Murch. Speaking of, you saw the tee shot for Kat on 17. She got way down there, throwing 2. Murch out the gap nicely.
That is just a perfect play. This is a really tough second shot. You do have to just pick that alley. She did a great job.
And back to Salonen on hole 11.
Classic par 5, really mirrors a ball or a golf green. Par 5 hole.
Well placed.
I like it.
Should have a great angle into the green from there. Looking at Paige Pierce. Her tee shot went OB, throwing 3.
Sometimes those are going to be the toughest stances for Paige until she gets really secure in her ankles. You saw her check the ground with the loose rocks.
A little work left for that par putt, somewhere around circle's edge.
There's Murch putting it out there.
She really is.
And we can really see how tight that funnel to the green is.
Hanley putting for 5.
That would have been an incredible connect.
It would. Had a chain high, but push it just a little right. Pierce walking to a par putt. Another low putt from Pierce.
Yep, she's probably just still getting back into her swing. Anytime you're going to take an injury to your footwork and your legs, it'll take you a little bit of time to get into it.
She's been really online all day, though.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It is just a matter of getting that extra power in there.
Tatar will grab a meter in and have this left for par. To stay within 5 of the lead. And staying close is important for this one. This, weather might come into the equation here.
You're right. We're not out of the woods yet with the weather.
Yeah. Manduhano for birdie, no?
For a rare birdie.
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. And you can see there she didn't do her hedge, so it was at a longer distance where she just stepped up and jammed the putt like we know her to do.
Look at this win for Holland. Is that a head, Des?
Left to right?
Yeah, I think you're right. Gets it in.
Yep.
But unfortunately, that is a double for Holland. She's picked up a couple big holes today.
She has. She did go through those woods really kind of unscathed, but then, they add up quick.
Let's jump back to our leader on 17. Murch has technically an eagle bid. She says,
Oh, look at that. She knows where she's at.
oh, they said that's for par.
Smart play.
Oh, that was laying up for birdie, tapping in par. Excuse me there, guys. That was Salonen on the par 5 11. I'll have that left for birdie. Here is the par for Murch. The lead stays at 3.
That
Oh.
is.
Oh. It just changed. Allen. That was a birdie make on hole 11 for Katrina.
Back on it. As
The
we're
Woods hole's got her, right?
Yeah, we're seeing right there that middle section is where everyone's reds are coming in.
And I mentioned that Murch lead is down to 2. That's Henna Blommerus at 4 down now. Birdies on 3 of the last 4. Salonen, speaking of birdies. It almost stayed in.
It did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say without looking at them head on. Sometimes they just hit a little too flat and high and splash out the right side.
And I mentioned Henna getting to 4 down. That's how she's done it so far.
Nice and steady.
Yep. Nothing worse than a bogey. Nice to see that. Looking down at 10's tee. And Manduhana with the box. The forehand with this left to right, Des, what do you think?
We've seen the backhand's been drifting and barely staying safe, so I'm excited to see the outcome of this. That's good.
Yeah.
Better than we've been seeing.
Definitely.
Surprising with the way we're seeing the wind on the open flag right there. That was a good read by Montano.
Tatar. Will she follow those vapor trails, as my man Philo likes to say? Oh, with this wind, though, there's not vapor trails left. They're gone.
They're gone. This is the little Pinnock compared to the big Pinnock, which
okay.
was
Yeah,
hole 4, and
hole 4.
that was Neil Dombra, PDJ number 200. He is also part of he's the TD and the part of the course designing crew.
Tatar going more or less right at it.
I like the height.
Kept it just really flat, too.
It did. On a good day, that would have, I think, tracked right to the basket. I think the wind got it and pushed it just a little bit.
Pierce. See our first backhand.
Paige has been playing the game long enough where she just relies on that backhand.
It almost skipped in.
It was everything you needed to
Gosh.
be. Sometimes you just got to let those go.
Yeah.
Just elevation, wind, try to just blow it off, let it not affect you.
Surprised Holland's not leaning on the forehand here with her great forehand. What we just saw from the first 3.
Yeah, with her being both right and forehanded dominant, it's hard to say. I actually feel like the backhand would probably work better with that wind coming in.
Okay.
But it hasn't been yielding these results either.
Bounce.
Inbounds is good.
Yep. Katrina. We're on hole 12. 310-foot par 3.
I do like this change. I like that it's reachable between the double Mandos. It's already, it's really just a visual frightening. Everyone should be making it through those Mando trees, but when you got 2 of them just like staring at you like 2 eyeballs, it does put a psychological tear of you.
Evelina. Ooh, shaping up nicely.
That does look beautiful.
Almost got her second basket hit of the
That'd
day.
be fun. Track it.
Yeah. There is your leader.
Did you get sick?
She is waiting on 18 to clear. About 7 seconds in her bull ride. 1 second left.
Body language looks good. She looks loose. 18 is it's a little devil of a hole, you know, par 5 through the woods to finish. OB everywhere.
Nice to get off the course before the win, really. starts to get going.
Yeah, I think Kat's very fortunate in feeling that when she's finishing up on 18 right now.
Pierce does not produce par. What a great effort, though.
It did. That was one of her best looking putt strokes that we've seen today.
Another one lined up right on line.
Yes.
Tatar looking at birdie, right around circle's edge. Just to close her gap to 4.
Great read. With that tailwind whipping, she got it up just high enough on that down. She had a little bit of a down putt with a tailwind.
Hanley also putting for 2.
Quite a bit shorter, much tougher wind though.
Look at that flag whip. Where are you aiming on a putt like this, Des?
Right above the basket. Boom. Her putt really does set up nicely into a headwind. She shouldn't fear it too much. She has great spin control and is always direct line.
Manduhano also looking for birdie. We'll listen for this one. That sounds good. And Pierce losing 2 strokes to the card here. Look at this wind.
Oh, there we go. It's like, where did it go?
Looks like Dylan with kind of a left to right tailwind on the next one. On that big par 5.
That is right. Yep.
Yeah.
I had to orientate myself.
Birdie look for Allen.
Oh, it's a little.
Interesting. Maybe the tree kind of in her
I
comfortable line, maybe?
I don't think she wanted any part of it. It looked like more of a throw than a putt. Her putt normally comes out on a hyzer, similar to what we're seeing at Evelina's right now.
Evelina just get tailwinded right there. We'll blame the tailwind.
Things are getting tough. You got to really focus on this back 6 holes. There are.
And let's check out our keys for closing, brought to you by our friends at blackingdisc.com, a premium disc golf store.
Fantastic. I was just kind of talking about this. We're surviving the middle. We've got through the wooded sections. The back half, the last 6 holes, are actually birdie opportunities. A little bit more in the opens, but we're seeing the wind play out, so it's important that the players take advantage of the putts that they can get, know when to hold them, and finish strong. There are lots of holes with birdies and strokes to be had.
Great look at the hole from your Flight Factory drone and the tee shot for Manduhano now.
Center cut.
That's what you need. Guitar up next.
I really like that we're seeing the diversity of shots. We can see backhand shots, we can see forehand shots. It's really whatever suits the player. So the course is well designed to accentuate the player's best assets.
Hanley.
Is that one of the ones from Jacksonville? What's that? Is that one of the ones from Jacksonville?
I think you heard when I was talking. Players know each other so well, you kind of know which disc they're throwing.
That's cooked. Never got edge.
fine line between the shot we just saw from Paige to Hollins. Hollins had a little more of the hyzer to skip like angle. Paige just laid out flat and it held it, even though at the end it was starting to curl in. It was too flat to start with and didn't really have a chance to come back.
She's going to need to come back at this point. She's down in 40th place. That's wild.
That is wild. It's it's hard to judge someone when you come back from shattering an ankle. It's important that we see her out here.
Kat Murch on the finishing 18. Left side of the fairway. Or slightly off, perhaps.
Got out to start with.
Pierce throwing 3 on 11.
Not very far off the tee. Big tail pin.
And a little Calvin Heimberg sighting, the little caddying for his buddy Madison Walker.
Oh yeah, putting on the gear.
You gotta be official.
I love this.
Yeah.
Really shows the great disc golf community, the touring pros that are out there with the Disc Golf Pro Tour. It's facilitating just a wonderful community.
Love it. Katrina Allen on the tee of 13.
Beautiful.
Circle.
Yep, beautiful. I think in all of these holes that are 300 to 350, you want to get it somewhere in those circles.
Evelina? Snap on that thing, though. It's headed left. I could not tell, could you?
I could not.
No update yet. We'll let you know when it comes in, though. Manduhano on 11, throwing 2. Swings back right on time for foul.
That is a really nice shot. When we looked at her shot, she had a lot of OB to the left and right and the bunker, and it all pinched and funneled to right where her distance was. So this is a very classic designed hole. It puts a premium on how far you're going to drive to how far you're going to throw your second shot to your landing zones.
And we did just get an update on Evelina putting for birdie, circle 1. Hanley in her second. Live look down for your Flight Factory drone. That's coupon code Austin for 10% off all weekend long. You can buy some Holland Hanley gear over there if you're a big fan, and you should be. You noted lots of purple stuff for Holland on the site, or letter color?
I did get to check out the site. There are a lot of good players and good merchandise.
Yeah.
Everyone should be checking that out. Code Austin.
Over to Tatar in her second.
So these drives are a little further than Mandujano's, and the landing zone for the second is a tiny bit easier. Tiny bit.
That's well done by Kristen. Murch was OB off the tee on 18, throwing 3. Is playing as a par 5.
She has got a long ways to go, and that's drifting. There's OB to the right, too.
All right, back to 11, and Pierce, her 4th, coming up. carry the golf green and get onto the disc golf green. That's a great shot, Des.
Yeah, nice carry.
Yeah. Should be an easy up and down for bogey from there for Paige.
I like the Paige just keeps swinging.
Yeah,
you know?
right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Second shot for Natalie Ryan on 18. A massive drive.
That is a massive drive. You can visualize where the pin is.
Oh my. There's OB over there.
Yeah, that was toast.
Yeah. Oof. Closing in on the green on hole 11 as we look down from our Flight Factory drone.
Beautiful Austin skies, blue skies shining at me.
How close are you to Austin, Des?
About an hour out. I live out in the hill country.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm an equal distance between Austin and San Antonio.
Okay.
Lovely of both worlds.
Nice. Manduhano throwing 3. Peeking left. That might have been some tree help, Des.
I believe it was.
Yeah. Definitely going to flirt with the OB. Inbounds for a birdie putt, though, is the result. Over to Tatar, also third.
Yeah, nice adjustments. A little lower, maybe even a little higher speed disc.
Live, Katrina. It's another inside the circle miss for Kat. She's still hanging though, despite the misses. You know, that's 4 inside the circle. I want to say we've seen.
Yeah, those will add up though. You just cannot have them.
Yeah, she could be winning this thing right now. Hanley in her third. Nothing wrong with that for Holland.
She'll be happy.
Kat Murch barely inbounds after her third. We'll throw 4 instead of 5, thankfully. But look at this up and down she has left. Is she going out around the outside maybe, Des? Or what do you do from here?
No, there's the mandatory.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, so it's going to have to force it to the left. It does appear that she has a small micro hole open on that left-hand side, but yeah, right now she is trying to get somewhere in the green just to minimalize. I think pinning it is almost out of the option.
She goes for it.
I love it. That's the hole. Excellent. I think it was a little shorter than it appeared on film.
Yeah, I think you're right. Uh-huh. Evelina? This is for birdie on 13. Yes. So Paige laid up for bogey to the circle's edge, Des.
That's lack of concentration.
Yeah. And has this now left. Again, another online bid from Pierce, but can't find the height. They're high, they're low, still looking for that Goldilocks putt.
Pierce is going to go through some ups and downs when you come back from an injury and you know where you could be. It is mentally very difficult to let go what you think you should be doing to where you are at.
Manduhano gave it a bid, but skitters off the rim. Evelina just 2 off the lead, and speaking of, leave on a tee of 14, that's a nasty kick. Tatar for birdie. The gap is down to 3, and Murch likely moving the wrong way on 18. This could get interesting fast.
Yes, especially with Tatar having so many holes left to go, and most are birdie opportunities.
Hanley for birdie to get back to where she started the day.
Slides it in.
Just enough to get it over the rim.
We're seeing putts are a premium. You have to make your
That's
putts.
true.
There are so many opportunities, and the players that are making these putts are the ones that are in the lead right now. Everybody has given themselves an opportunity.
Monduhano for par. And this is an unforced double for Pierce. Moving the wrong way again. It's in there somewhere, Des. It'll come out at some point, you know?
That could be half the problem, is she knows where it's at and she just can't unlock it.
You're alluding to that being a mental struggle, and I can't imagine. We're going to take one more look at this Evelina drive, this time from the catch cam. You saw the kick, and it was headed towards out of bounds, and unfortunately that's where it rested. So,
Yeah. And those high shots in the woods have such an opportunity to go OB.
On 18, Ryan, and her third. Long look for birdie, technically. Allen. It's hole 14. Katrina on the fairway.
Low shot, low kick.
Yeah. 18 with Cat Merch. We'll have this for 5. Does make it.
Great recovery shot from the OB start.
The lead is down to 1, though. That's a 5, not a 7, I promise. Oh, it might have been a par, actually, huh?
I do feel like we saw her go OB on the first drive.
Yeah, it was a par.
Yeah.
Tatar.
Pull.
Decent ground action, though. Somewhere in circle 2 for that birdie bid. Hanley next up. Still time for Holland to make a move, Des.
She's been sneaky. She's been in it, and then just a few mistakes have cost her a couple different places.
No mistake there.
No, that was all you wanted.
Monduhano. Nice lift there.
Big ground play.
Yeah. And Pierce. Circle 2 look.
Circle 2 look. Everybody wants to get within that circle 1 on that one. I think it was only 315. Granted, it's a double manda with a side slope and some crosswind, but circle 1.
Back on 14, Evelina throwing 3 after the OB drive. Testing that OB again, but looks to be safe. Hopefully there's a window out from over there. Allen. Her second. That's the job done right there with her second shot, right?
Yeah.
Des, you played a bunch of rounds with Paige. What do you think?
I really just feel like Paige is, she is just coming into, like, I've suffered an injury, and so how do I go about that? And as the longer you play in sports, the more you're going to have that. We've seen Tatar have one, and she's come back, and it's just a matter of processing it. Had to be silent for that. I was just feeling that one going in.
Gosh. Massive putt from Tatar.
Long range goodness. The power she can generate from that straddle and keep that just tight line.
Boggles my mind.
Really outstanding.
Paige reaction.
And this is one just really great trait of Paige Pierce, is
Absolutely.
her competitive spirit to see everybody succeed.
Yeah.
She does want everyone to succeed and beat you on that succession.
Mm-hmm. The birdie putt. Got a little headwind lift perhaps there.
More than likely, it was coming in from that direction, from the tee.
Manduhano has a similar look, but shorter. Going right into that headwind. Doesn't even want it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And those are the times where it gets a little tricky, you know, as we're talking about, are we going to get the 3-round tournament in? Do you have only 2? I mean, you can never really assume anything, but strokes always do matter.
Yep. Pierce coming back for par. That one does the job. And all I can say about this putt for Holland is that was a nice drive.
That was a nice drive. Give her the bullseye.
And Manduhano will drop in the par. Evelina
still in
throwing
trouble.
Her 4th.
Big trouble if it looks like a 4-hand roller.
Hopefully that curled quickly.
It was all it could be. I mean, you got it out there.
Yeah.
There's just, it's a hope.
Allen, her 3rd to set up the par putt. Looks like she's done that.
That's where we saw a merge lay up. So 14's tee and green are very tricky.
A live look at 13. Tee at the bottom. Pin just across that pond to the left. You can see it up there. Another live look down from our Flight Factory drone. And oh, it looks like Evelina got into the woods with that 4-hand roller. Just pitches out. It's gonna be a double though.
That's tough, I feel like, on hole 14.
Yeah, that's a good par for Katrina. Keeping in this thing. Madison Walker gets it in there. And here's the unfortunate double for Evelina. Drops her back to 2 on the day. Back on the tee of 13, Kristen.
Hey. She's deadly from anywhere.
Truth. Hanley. A little fluffy, and it looks a little OB, doesn't it?
I can't see a stake, but I would say yes from the one I could see on the far right.
Yeah. Manduhano. Oh,
That's it. I do know that cliff is about a 30-foot drop off, so it's going to be high and tight on there for the OB.
Oh my. Pierce. A rough day 1 for your defending champion. She'll have a long birdie putt again, as that one hung out wide. And we have your leader cap merch in the clubhouse. Looks like they're still giving her the birdie.
I guess so. Maybe she didn't go OB on that first one.
Oh, that's a bonus.
It is. That's taking good advantage of all that you got then. great finish.
Now let's send it on down. The cat merchant, Brian Earhart. Take it away, Brian.
About currently in the lead, 7 under par effort, Cat Merch.
I'm in the lead?
Talk about it.
I don't know. I just went. It just happened. And now it's done, and it is what it is.
I saw you yesterday in the background of the press conference slamming some headwind putts, or at least putting in the pretty heavy winds. How long were you out there, and were you working on anything specific?
I was working on something specific. I wasn't out there too long. I was pretty tired yesterday, but I was working on headwind putts and trying to get the putter like flat. Definitely missed one of those today, but whatever. That's why I'm out there. I'm practicing.
How are you this season? Just overall, life.
I'm doing good. I'm taking care of my cats. My cats are loving life. Jim got in a fight and lost one of his nails, so he doesn't get to go out at night anymore. I'm doing pretty good. I'm probably doing the best that I have been doing in a long time.
Well, Kat, you got the rest of the day. It looks like the bad weather might come later in the day. What's the evening looking like for you?
It's going to look like me tracking down my cats.
Kat, good luck tomorrow. We'll see you out there.
Thank you, Brian.
From cat to cat. Merge to Allen. I know producer Mo was loving that cat talk. He's a big cat guy.
I love cats.
Look at the shape on this from Allen.
On any given day, her flip up Anheuser fade is so good.
I'm
Probably top notch against anybody. It's impressive to see it even work against that wind.
Evelina. Whoa, look at this move, Des.
And that is the difference. That's the power move. So we got to see the finesse side of it to the power side of Solve.
And a green light on the putt there at least. Paige Pierce for birdie on 13. Woo.
All wind there.
Had its way with that one.
Yeah, I think that was just wind.
The goat's in there somewhere, Des. It's waiting to come out.
Just got to find a new one, I think.
I think so. Yeah, honestly, true.
Yeah, you got to kind of like train and figure out how you are going to adapt to your new body and your new standards. It is in there. I believe if we were to talk to Kristen, she would say the same thing. When she came back from her elbow, she just tried to work within her new body and know what she can do.
Their shenanigans. Nate, what's going on the green here at 13? Fill us in.
Yeah, they're just seeing who's out right now. Holland's pretty close. They're both circle 2 right here. Kristen's coming back into a tail left to right.
All right, thank you, sir.
It's a great bid. I always, as a competitor, I love to step up and take that first putt instead of deferring and waiting to the next person. If it was close, I've always been the player that feels like it's more important to step up and make it instead of watch your competitor.
Holland trying to get comfortable. It is a par look for Holland after the OB drive.
Outside the circle, right?
she had much there.
No. And we'll have this left for bogey. Not far off the bullseye, though.
That always really smarts to the psyche when you've already thrown OB and then you do not have a chance to save it. It's a tough one to come back from. We'll see how she does on the next tee.
It's coming off a turkey as well. She was on a hot streak there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Holland's been finding herself with the doubles, and that's really been driving her score down.
Yeah. I think this is kind of a Holland Hanley hole, too. You know, power backhand hyzer.
Yeah.
It's got to be disappointing. Birdie for Manduhano after a beautiful tee shot. Scoggins for birdie. Perfect.
Perfect. On the green that we haven't seen too many people be challenging.
Let's roll back this Zuka replay. On the pole. Perfect height.
Love
Scoggins. Evelina with a birdie putt. The drive went just a little bit long. Oh.
So good to be on that backside. You're putting up at it, not having to be down.
Even over the last 3 holes.
Love it. Oh, another look. Look at this extension.
Yeah, you're noting that. It's there.
Hey, I watch a lot of golf.
On the green, Allen putting for birdie.
3 big putts.
Katrina playing fantastic today. Second shot on 17 for Blomroos. 2 off the lead of Merch. Coming off a birdie on 16. Can't be mad at that. Solid progress. Back to 14 for Manduhano. Val, birdie's on 3 of the last 5 and has kept it clean otherwise. It's a tight line, Des.
It is a tight line.
Val was just a little wide on that hyzer. Tatar? What do you think about the flex forehand here over the backhand?
I do feel like it's probably going to be the better shot. The backhand is a really tough one to decide. You're either like really pulling over on something. A flip up is almost feels almost impossible. Yeah.
And a great tee shot by Kristen. Looks like Pierce will go backhand.
Weirdly enough, only about 285 to the landing zone, but it is getting to that landing zone, which is about right where we saw.
And Hanley. Oh.
Nice shot, Kristen.
That had potential.
Yeah. Katrina Allen. We're on the tee of 16. 320-foot par 3. We saw Cat Merch park this one earlier. A misrelease by Allen, Des.
Yeah, that's the problem sometimes with that flip-up hyzer. It can just slip out a little low.
She looked really nice off the tee all day, too. Really hitting her lines.
I agree. She's put a good round out there.
Yeah. Scoggins. Full send from Owen. The hat even comes off.
She's in her zone, which is in the circle.
Yeah. I think she caught the hat too.
Yeah, points.
Evelina. Gosh, she is exceptional from both sides.
It's exciting to see. I'm excited to watch how her game translates into the 2024 season.
Yeah, me too. Manduhano. Throw a 2 on 14, still needs to make the gap. She's out.
She is out. Yeah, that second shot, you really are kind of just puncturing through there.
Yeah. Henna to move within 1 of the lead. Doesn't want it.
Nah.
Saw Katmer do the same on 17.
Yeah, it's kind of not too many people are wanting to test that one.
Elevated pin, little open area for the wind. Hanley throwing 2. Pierce has actually set this up almost perfectly, Des.
This is the best part of the landing zone. So if you do hit that right pocket, you are straight ahead towards the pin.
Is this turning? I don't think it did. Nate, talk to us about that Pierce second shot.
Yeah, she was actually in a perfect lane right there, and she had tailwind right to left. And again, guys, just an undercommitted hyzer out of the hand. Didn't make it out the gap. I think it fell down safe, though.
Okay. Thank you, Nate. Nice to finish there. Tatar. Her second. Really nice drive.
Even better than Paige's.
Yeah.
Textbook.
Starting to charge. That's birdies on 3 of the last 4 for Tatar. Looking at another one on 14. Allen on 16. The drive not great. Just lays up. That was a moment ago. We are now live with Scoggins putting for birdie. Low for Scoggins.
Visual frustration. One does expect to make all putts inside the circle.
She's in it. She's 2 down right now. Just 5 off the lead. That would have really helped. Evelina. Also a birdie look.
Oh, you could say that right out of her hands. Just way too much fluff.
Back to 14 for Hanley.
Texas has some interesting golf where we can have I call it the Texas slide. So you can play half of our courses where you can leave it 50 short and it's going to slide up to the basket, or you're going to play some that it's just going to, like it did right there, just grab that grass and go nowhere. And coming off of Brazos and the Beast in Waco, you got a lot of that Texas slide.
Yeah. Manduhano and her third.
Really nice speed control right there. She took all of her footwork out of it just to make sure that she knew the distance and the swing. I find that to be a great way to do approach shots. Highly recommended.
Here you can see what everyone has left on 14. Holland first up. It's a bogey look. Finished worse than third this year. And tied for 14th and moving the wrong way on 14.
That is a pretty impressive stat.
Yeah.
Obviously one that's hard to keep going.
Tatar to move within 2 of the lead and a share of second. That was such a tricky looking putt right there, Des.
It really was. She just does such a good job of staying calm, staying focused, and in the moment, and really just flatlining the putt.
Yeah, that right to left. Not a lot of margin for error. Pierce? Looks like tailwind.
Kristen always looks so calm over her putt compared to some other competitors.
Manduhano in for par. And we're going to sneak in a break on the network. We'll be back in just a few.
At Discraft, we've always been committed to delivering the highest quality and consistency in our discs. But behind the scenes, we faced a challenge: what to do with the discs that didn't meet our standards. When we noticed discs with molding imperfections, we set them aside, knowing they still have potential. Instead of throwing them out, we had a vision. Introducing ESP Recycled, an initiative that transforms imperfections into something extraordinary. We are thrilled to announce 9 molds crafted from 100% recycled material.
It was important for me to partner with a retailer that could help with growing my brand and making my products available all over the country and across the world. Flight Factory has helped me accomplish that. Check out all of my gear and thousands of other discs at Flight Factory.
This is the game changer. Step onto the course with the Pure Premium Disc Golf Bag, adding a touch of glamorous flair to your play. Don't miss the exclusive pre-sale at puredisc.net for the best price. Upgrade your game, upgrade your look.
Use promo code THEOPEN15 at checkout and get 15% off your next order this weekend only at PowerGripUSA.com. Plus orders over $40 shipped free.
Welcome back to TAR, TF15. Kristen is cruising. Birdies on 4 of the last 5. 2 off the lead now.
Pretty. Got a putt.
Yeah, I think that is a really good. I feel like this is one of the harder birdie holes that are out there, just with the slope, and especially now, right, with the wind.
Manduhano. A little bit of a thrower.
Yeah.
Doesn't go anywhere, though, thankfully.
Yep, cooked it.
Shove it ahead to 18 and Henna Bumgus. Let's see what we get for Henna. And Colin Hanley back on 15. Likes the forehand play. Too wide from Hanley. That will likely be a layup for par from there.
Yeah, she's going to have an obstructed second shot also under that bench.
17 with Allen.
That's my dog.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. We'll see how the stance is over there for Katrina. And we are back on 15 with Manduhano. Throwing her second. Did Paige just call party foul? Did I hear that?
She said, sorry, Val.
Oh, sorry, Val. Okay.
I think they were both kind of going at the same time or calling each other off.
Gotcha, gotcha. Holland, her approach for par. That's done well. All right, Evelina on the tee of 17.
That is just fine. You're in the middle. You're going to have some options.
Paige Pierce. Long birdie look. And she'll have that left for par at least. Tatar, she wants birdie. And we were within one of the lead. That was a smart putt, Des.
That was an excellent run.
Yeah.
Yeah, on those longer ones and when there's wind and there's drop off behind, it's so important to just get it up and have a chance to drop it in instead of getting it up and blowing it by.
That could have been a very long comebacker, and you see OB is also lurking with a bad roll. Manduhano looking at par. Cool, look at that putt from our Flight Factory drone. Holland walking to her par putt.
Well, we did see some birdies on hole 15, so as we look at the Kat and Kristen battle, Kat did get the hole 15, so it's a home stretch finish right now. Both Cats.
That's right, huh? Yeah, they're both right there. Speaking of Allen, throwing her second on 18. That was on 17, not 18, excuse me. Second for Own on the same. Look at this shot from Scoggins.
You gotta love it. Anytime we see Own throw and she hits that gap, we gotta account for that flare that's gonna happen.
That's right. We are in the woods with Henna on 18. A really nice out.
Yes, absolutely.
And she was safe off the tee, so that was just her second. Oh, this is a look here. At 16, you can see the tee pad just middle of your frame. The pin's up by that golf green, just right of the bunkers. You got to get this one, Des.
I do feel like you have to get
Right.
this one. I mean, 398 meters, 320. Yeah, I was like trying to do quick math. Thanks for
320,
flashing that. Yeah. 320. Yeah, we saw the frustration when Scoggins missed. It's a definitely got to get.
Yeah. While they make their way to the green, let's go back to Katrina Allen. Oh, let's look at birdie and smartly laid up for par on this
Smart layup.
elevated pin. Evelina, same procedure.
We're not seeing a lot of the FPO contenders wanting to contest this green with the elevated basket. Well, just kind of finding themselves right out of range.
Yeah. Really tough to get super close on this one for your second.
I feel like it too. We're not seeing it so far in round one.
Tatar on 16's tee.
We were calling gotta get.
Looks like she's gonna get it. Oh, that's in there.
We're putting.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's Val and me.
Foul on the box.
It was too high, a little too weak on the turn.
Paige Pierce. So she's going to be hunting basket, going right at it as Paige. Just outside Monduhano. And now Hanley. Holland gets it in circle one for a birdie look.
Yeah, the forehand's definitely played better today for that shot.
Scoggins. A birdie? Yes.
There we go. Now we get to see a putt on that hole.
Yeah, we do.
Dude, I've filmed this before.
One more look at this. Smashing chains as we sneak in a break on the network. Back in just a few.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket. These are torque-resistant discs, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
Paige Pierce. A long look at birdie. Not to be. Chain high at least.
She's just going to have to keep plugging along, just keeping her nose in it.
Yep. Monduhano.
I like the fact that it was up. You know, if any putt is up, it has a chance to go in. I think there's nothing worse than leaving a putt short because it just never has a chance.
Tatar. Again, a chance to move within one. Another low one from Kristen.
Yeah, and if we're going with that head-to-head match on 15 and 16, Murch had got those birdies compared to Tatar.
Let's see if Hanley can grab a stroke on the card. She needs it.
And that is a little bit of the frustration with that super spin putt.
Third shot for Blomroos on hole 18 is a Butte. That's a birdie.
That is a nice birdie. No putt necessary.
She'll be one off the lead with 2 rounds to go. Hanley coming back for par. That's authoritative.
That is.
There.
If you are a spin putter, you do need to have authority knowing that you will have a comeback that's longer or about the same distance once around.
Yeah. Paige Pierce, a little work left on her par putt.
Two really nice comebacks.
Manduhano. It's an unforced bogey there for Manduhano. The birdie putt got away from her. And missing the comebacker. Jumping ahead to 18. Tap in birdie on 18 for Hannah.
Great way to finish.
Within 1 of the lead as we sneak in a break on the network. We'll be back in just a few.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. You also get a member number when you register with the PDJ. Your PDJ number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdja.com/join.
You Play Disc Golf is your passport to teaching and learning the game. Our mission? To teach disc golf and make it accessible to everyone worldwide. From Alaska to Africa, Guatemala to Canada, and beyond, You Play Disc Golf has spread its wings teaching the love of the game across the globe. Get involved in our movement to make disc golf a universal joy. Explore youplaydiscgolf.org and join us in helping people find flight.
Tatar, TF17. A little short of ideal, Des. Maybe workable?
Maybe workable. She definitely, you know, kind of in the woods. The 2/3 rule is always gold, and if you can get 2/3 down the fairway, you're going to have a better opportunity to scramble and keep that par. As we are hitting 17, it is the 18th easiest hole at a 4.29. Okay.
It's like 7. It's actually 7th.
All right.
7th hardest.
Oh, thank you. I was like, what?
Yeah, I just looked it up.
Thanks. As you're traversing down the fairway, you are just trying to be as clean as you can on the fairway because we have got OB to the right. As the green approaches, this is the time. The pin you see first is actually going to be the MPOs. The FPOs are finishing at the longer basket. It is set on an elevated pin with a sloping green. So even if you get out to set yourself up for the birdie, your putt opportunity might be a little slippery. We'll see how players play it.
Seen a lot of layups and one awesome putt from Owen, right?
We have.
Yeah. You gotta love that about Paige, though. Having one of the worst rounds she's had in a while, you know, and still being a nice presence on the card.
Well, and here it is too. She, even though she's in 40th, she's going to be able to play with some women that she's never been able to play with, and then likewise, those women get to play with a 5-time world champion. So it totally sucks for Paige, but it's going to be a blessing for some others, and in the end, that just continually progresses disc golf.
And maybe she can figure some stuff out off camera tomorrow on the
That's
next.
right.
You know, Pierce throwing 3.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Just get through.
That could have done it.
It could have done it. It was a nice release.
It was.
And even as we were talking about Paige, we saw at the Waco, her 3rd round was her hot round. And sometimes when you dump down lower on the card as a world champion player, you're able to refocus, and that card actually makes your mindset still be like, yes, I am that world champion. And then you kick off a good round and you get that feeling again.
I love to see that. Allen on 18 after 1, throwing 2.
Pretty big reach out to angle here. She's definitely going to want to, as we're seeing her size up, make sure she flicks her wrist to control that nose and hit that fairway.
In one of the fairways.
It is.
Great second shot from Kat there. Kat with a birdie can get within 2 of the lead. That'd pretty much lock in her lead card for tomorrow as well.
It has been interesting. The top 3 competitors that we see have all green birdie dots, but a double and a single bogey each.
Oh, you're right. Huh. Tatar on 17, throwing 2. The drive was good, but leaked a little right. Doesn't get out, but should have an up and down from there.
I think so.
Pretty easy.
Yeah, 16's really not playing as a birdie.
Yeah.
Very few competitors are getting birdies on there.
Yeah, just 11% birdies. Scoggins. That was on 18.
Not filter out for her.
And back to Holland.
That was a fantastic maneuver. As we were looking at Holland's actual shot, she didn't have much. She took the widest and the highest percentage shot and executed perfectly.
Evelina on 18 throwing 2. You saw the drive.
Incredible drive.
OB left and right the entire way down. That's, I want to say it's in.
I do believe it is in. When I walked actually the fairway, they moved that left side of the fairway in and cleared some extra brush out.
That was a really nice change. Really fair change, yeah. Pierce throwing 4. Lovely. Drop in 5 from there. Yeah, the OB really pushes in late as it gets towards the green because that cliff is right there.
Correct.
I'll look down from our Flight Factory drone. At 17's last bit of fairway and the green. You can use coupon code Austin for 10% off all weekend long.
I am just loving these Flight Factory drone shots.
It's great perspective, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah. Tatar has a long look at birdie, but she's laying this up. No close shave there. That's an easy par. Back to 18 for Scoggins in her third. That had the shape to get there, Des.
So close.
Gosh. Hit the last one she needed to beat. Hanley for birdie. You love the aggression being this far back at this point, you know? She kind of had to, or maybe not. I
don't know. With that drop off,
yeah.
Her release looks so poor on it, so it's hard to even judge if the outcome was going to be good or not. I just don't know.
Yeah. Well, hopefully she can make the comebacker and redeem herself. For par now, Hanley. We are Sisyphusing on the raised basket, Des.
We are. In Holland, she's just got a little swoop, and sometimes that can expose a flight plate in the wind, and then with that spin, we're seeing her drift a little too far past.
Evelina in the woods on 18, throwing her third. That looks close to the OB. Looks like it's probably in now. Hanley now for bogey.
This is a make or breaker.
God, the headspace you got to get into to make this putt.
Yeah, make it.
Well done, Holland. You better stay in there.
You won't get one more stroke from me.
I believe it's a drop-in bogey for Pierce. That's a drop-in par for Tatar. 2 off the lead is Kristen.
Yeah, and it's really coming down to those 15 and 16 between Merch and Tatar on the finishing here with the 7-5 coming in.
And back to 18, we go for Allen. This is her third. And that's in circle 2 for a long look at birdie.
Yeah.
It's open though. Scoggins, this is her birdie putt from the fairway. Oh my.
You can see our hard-working crew from the Flight Factory switching some baskets and pulling them.
That's right. Down bottom middle of your screen is 18's tee. The basket's top middle, more or less. Let's fly it. Give us your thoughts here, Des.
18. It's a big finishing par 5, averaging 5.4, coming in at 685 feet. We have OB surrounding the entire fairway, so OB left, OB right. Middle of the landing zone is around 310 feet towards the basket. Right and left split as competitors come down, so you can kind of find pockets and landing anywhere, but you can see it's tight. So you're going to take any spot that you can. The left side opens up. yielding to a nice second to third shot into the home stretch of the green. Again, surrounded by OB. We can see the back flags landing anywhere near that pin, and you know you are going to get your putt in for the finish.
On the green, Katrina Allen for birdie. We're in circle 2. Right shape, just needed a little more.
A little more. Good round by Katrina.
Evelina. It's a birdie look, also circle 2. Tough looking wind too.
Yeah, look at her, look at it. Just trying to figure it out. How am I going to throw it? And especially with her hyzer putt.
Do you lay this up even?
Yeah.
Nope. Oh. She's gonna wish she did after that one though.
And that's what we were talking about with her hyzer putt and that big wind whipping.
She got a direct headwind putt now to save par. And that will keep her 4 off the lead.
Yeah, it
Merch.
is really hard to lay up putts, but you have to have a better attempt.
Yes.
That's a confidence booster right there. After watching your putt go sailing by and then getting it in, it doesn't matter how it got in, you got it in.
Solid catch by that basket. Scoggins coming back for par. Nicely done. Not a bad round from home.
Not really. I mean, especially we're seeing her with a wrap on her arm, which is a new mode right now. So I think that's a good round.
There's Katrina Allen in for par. And let's jump back to the tee for Tatar. Not a bad looking drive there from Tatar. Welcome into the booth again. Ian Anderson, Des Redding right there. Day 1, what do you think?
I think it played, we had a great day with the rainstorm that came through. Everything looked really good on the field, and everyone is shaping up. It's who is making their putts, who's putting themselves within circle 1 to circle 2, and doing some read wins.
Thoughts on the redesign here of the course?
I think the redesign is fantastic, and especially for the women. We're seeing 7 under par with Merch coming in. I believe I'm going to throw maybe even Kat finished, or Paige finished 5 down last year as a win. So I think it's playing easier and it's more suited for the division.
It's more exciting to watch. It's more fun to watch like
Absolutely.
this, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Big fan of this course, big fan of their field. It's could be a fun final 2 days. See who takes it down. See who can grab the lead into the final. Looks like it'll be Kat for sure. See if Tatar can get within 1. Throwing 2 on 18. It's progress.
It is.
It's not a ton.
It's so hard to find that right height to not so high to get through the hole on wooded holes.
Manduhano.
No problem.
No, that actually wasn't the worst kick off the tree. It still went forward quite a bit.
It did, and it stayed safe.
Pierce throwing 2. Almost, but not quite for Pierce, but at least he's in that other fairway.
Yeah.
Makes me change my shot.
Yeah.
I'm like scared
We can hear Paige talking about how galleries, or we're not quite sure who she's talking about, but as you struggle through injuries or just being at a high level and dumping down to a lower level, it's difficult. Lots of more things will distract you.
The distance was nice for Holland, but a little pinched on the angle. Throwing 2. Not what she needed there, Des.
Nope, still progression, par 5. But you're always wanting more.
Yeah.
We can tell we have real athletes that are playing. We've always had real athletes, but the shot analysis that goes on after every shot that we're seeing really does show that these competitors are trying to better themselves in the moment.
Tatar grabbing range for her third shot on the finishing par 5. It's a fresh fairway.
It is a fresh fairway.
Huge shouts to all the volunteers and crew and tournament directors making this possible. It's a ton of work. Nearly perfect.
That was beautiful. I mean, that had pretty much everything that you could have done besides the finish.
That more or less locks in your lead card for tomorrow. We'll have Kat Merge, Hannah Blumroos, Tatar, and Katrina Allen on your lead card tomorrow. Tatar, this is our powered by Nakwa shot. That is some serious lifestyle power there. Want to keep your phone charged on the course? Make sure you grab one of those. You need it for the live scoring now too, you know?
I would love one.
Yeah.
I should get one.
Yeah. Hanley in her third. Just shape this onto the green. Looks like circle 2 for her birdie putt.
Coming down the home stretch, everyone gets a little anxious, a little bit of a frustration as you're wanting to finish up and thinking about what could have been.
Pierce is her third. Finds the last group she needed to beat. Paige looking over at Maduhana. Yes. Foul throwing 3. Wow. Great shot.
Yeah.
I didn't see that line.
It's a nice birdie to finish.
Paige Pierce. Needs a new putter for this one.
Yeah, as players, we usually do carry 2 different styles of putters, one that can bend a little more, one that might hyzer a little more, so it looks like Paige might have picked an understable putter right here. It was a nice bend.
Look at this Pierce, just a little more turn on that needed. Hanley, not much closer. It's a birdie look. They're calling from 50. Right on line, just low for Hanley.
She's had a really up and down round.
Yes.
And tough.
Has 6 birdies today, but unfortunately 9 over par strokes.
Yes.
The other ones. Tatar, another chance to move within 1 and grab a share of second. Easy par it is instead.
Easy par. Kristen did go flat on the back.
Yeah. Pars on the last 4 holes. There is a nice birdie finish for Mondohano, and to get under par on the day.
Excellent birdie. Gotta love starting with a birdie and ending with a birdie.
Yeah. There is Hanley, and a par for Kristen. Let's check out our scores. See how it shook out. Day 1 of the Open at Austin, presented by our friends at Flight Factory Discs. Henna Blumroos in solo second, 1 off the lead of Cameron. She's in the clubhouse. Let's send it on down.
All right, joining us in the clubhouse now, 6 under par effort, Henna Blumroos. Henna, you said finally as you walked up to the microphone. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels good finally to play a decent round with no missed putts and everything like that, yeah.
Well, talk about some of the newer holes. They cut into the woods a little bit. 6, 7, and 8 are pretty treacherous. The OB is really tight. Talk about those wooded holes out here.
Oh, they are super hard. If you miss your line like this much, you can be OB easily, and I think you can take a like 8 on every hole on there. So they are hard. You need to focus on every shot.
A few different players had told me that on those holes with the tight OB inside the woods, they're actually playing a certain shot because of the miss. And some players are saying that they don't do that. Do you change your decision off the tee because of the OB?
No, I don't think so, no.
Well, tomorrow, any adjustments you need to make from today?
Sorry?
Any adjustments from today that you need to make tomorrow?
Throw a little bit better. I had 3 OBs today, so I think that's a little bit too much. But yeah, keep going the same.
All right, well, congratulations today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And again, welcome into the booth. What do you make of the words from Henna? That's a strong day.
It is a super strong day, and it's good to hear that her putt was on.
Yeah.
And it's just like we were talking about, those middle holes are really kind of like a game changer. So being able to come through there halfway clean sets it up for the front and backhand.
Nice to hear her and Evelina both clean up the putt this year. The field might be in for some trouble.
I agree.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. We're going to kick in one more quick break. When we come back, we'll have Kristen Tatar in the interview booth. We'll catch you there.
To reinvent means looking to the future, seeing greatness for a new generation. With the passion to perform and the talent to win. The time is now. The future is here.
You've seen them in the hands of professionals, helping them compete at the highest level. Whale Sacks is a female-owned small business, handmade in the USA. We are dedicated to outstanding grip for all disc golfers.
Use promo code THEOPEN15 at checkout and get 15% off your next order this weekend only at PowerGripUSA.com. Plus orders over $40 shipped free.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket, and each of them have a consistent grip. So as you cycle through the series, you won't have to change the way that you hold the disc. These are torque-resistant discs that are more stable than the PA Series, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product. I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Back in. There are your scores after day one. Tatar sitting at 5. It kind of, she had a slow start there, Des, but she kind of feels almost inevitable at this point. She's just gonna.
She always puts herself in position. I mean, she's on the lead card now over the feature card, and I think her feature card starting today, we saw a lot of basket hits. And if we look at the stats, Kristen had probably one of the weaker showings of putting compared to the 4 that are going on to the lead card tomorrow. And it could have been indicative just to that card that she was on.
That's true. It was a little shaky.
It was a little up and down with the putting. We heard a lot of doinks, doinks, doinks,
Yeah, Katrina got to play with Evelina. They're kind of feeding off each other, really.
Correct.
I've seen a lot of that lately, where 2 players get hot and they just run away with it.
Hey, when you got someone who's always going to push you, and if the card gets hot, it's so easy just to join in that.
Yeah.
If you're the only person that's trying to be the hot person, you've got 3 that are kind of like, as we say, floundering.
Yeah.
It's hard to swim in that water.
Kind of makes Tatar's round even more impressive to do that.
It does.
Under those circumstances.
It really shows her ability to focus. We saw in Waco when her shots were not like as clean as they maybe she wanted, but she just took herself into her own zone. I would see her breathing through it, and that's one of her best assets.
Yeah. Her ability to get centered on a putt, I don't think anybody can match that right now.
No, throughout the whole game.
Yeah. Any other names you want to mention here in our top 10? I want to give Rebecca Cox a shout out.
I love Rebecca Cox. I actually got to play with her when she was maybe 8 to 10. I was doing a clinic, coming into the Ohio area. So I'm a big fan of Rebecca Cox and the Cox family way back in the Frisbee realm.
I think she got the only birdie on 6th day, too, wasn't it? Something like that?
She did. That's right.
Really impressive
Yeah,
day for
very
her.
impressive.
She can keep it going. Maybe we'll see her on that lead card for the final round. You never know. Do we have Tatar? Oh, we do. We are going to send it on down.
All right. Let's see what she has to say.
Let's get it. All yours, guys.
You're now with Kristen Tatar. Kristen, we were expecting difficult conditions, but it was a little different than we both expected out there. Can you expand on that?
Yes, I was prepared for like storms and like lightning and everything, but it was a lot better in that sense. The wind was very strong today, and it was from another direction actually compared to the practice days. So it was definitely like interesting out there, tough. I had to like make different choices compared to practice rounds, but I'm just happy it didn't rain.
Yeah, I think we are all happy that we got a dry one in today. And can you talk about just how difficult that front 9 is playing, and specifically holes 6 through 9 seem to be playing really tough for the field?
I think like I started out today, I was I think 4 down through 5, and I missed the putt on the first hole. I feel like you want to get those birdies in before heading into the woods, so you have some room to play with. The wooded holes are definitely playing tough. I don't know, maybe it's just early in the season, and we're not used to like the woods golf right now, but the fairways are super tight, and you have to worry about OB, so there's a lot of like factors coming in when you go to the woods.
Were you shaken up at all after your short miss putt on hole 8 for single bogey, carding the double? Did that at all cause an emotional rise in you?
I was a little disappointed in myself because I wasn't really committing to that putt. I wasn't super far or anything. But it's disc golf. It happens. I just knew that I had to forgive myself. It wasn't easy going into the next hole and then throwing OB as well, but I was like, okay, just calm down. You still have 2 rounds and more holes in this round to play, so just take it easy.
All right, Kristen, thank you for the interview. Just 2 back of the lead. We'll see you tomorrow again on the lead card.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nate and Kristen, for that. One more break, the last one of the day. On the other side, we'll have the OTB after show. We'll catch you there.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
With 20 years of the educational disc golf experience, disc golf is now a mainstream activity in physical education across the nation. 150,000 lightweight golf discs, 267 permanent campus courses installed, and thousands of partner programs in all 50 states. As a 100% publicly funded charity, Edge Disc Golf couldn't do it without you. Please join our mission to reach and teach the next 3 million young disc golfers.
Into the OTB after show. There are your scores after day one. And welcome into the booth for the final time. Des, more stressful, which side of the camera?
This side of the
this
camera.
Side of the camera?
Yeah, I'm definitely an athlete more than a commentator.
Well, you killed it day one. Really, really very thankful you joined us in the booth.
Well, I appreciate it. It's quite an experience. For you viewers out there, the production value is top-notch. The working components over here is outstanding. When you really get in here, you get to see, it's wild. That's a great word for it.
It is really impressive we're able to pull this off.
And you can never get your hair to go good in the headphones, I decided.
No, it's just, you just
I
get
get
what you get. It looks amazing, though. All right, let's OTB this thing. We cheated. We talked about it during the break, so we figured out a good one, right?
We did.
Yeah.
Let's go with it.
The Evelina hit on 3. That's our pick. Let's see what Marky picked for us. What do you got? What do you got, Nick? Oh, okay.
Oh, the roller?
But it splits the trees. The second angle is crazy. It was a good one, but...
Is it?
Right, see, it splits this group
Oh,
right here.
I understand.
Right there, right there. That was crazy.
It is crazy.
It was crazy.
But is that the shot? All right, this is... We're going to see what's going on day 2. Right now, we're 0 for 2, Ian. Or I guess 1 if we can keep ourselves together.
All right, guys, that is all we got for day 1 on the FPO side. Don't go anywhere. The gents are kicking off at 3 o'clock Central. For Des and myself, everybody on the ground making this possible everywhere in the booth, thank you guys so much for watching. We'll catch you in just a bit.